All right, let's go ahead and get started here. Now, I did do like a 20-minute test before I started. Internet should be good, knock on wood. Keyword being should. All right, tunnels. What were we doing? I don't fucking know. We'll figure it out. Don't need to prestige you at all. Le backpack. Do I want a pack mule instead? I think I want a pack mule. Well, actually, yeah, let's get the pack mule. Let's be a heavy boy. So there's no HKs in the tunnels too. So that's a nice thing to like just not worry about, right? Like, you don't need to worry about bringing a big toy and having that actually affect you like the surface does. The question is, do I want a grenade launcher? I don't think so. Why would I ever take the bot? Why would I ever want to bring an annoying companion? Hey, Biggie. All right. Bring some meds in. I think that's good enough. If not, we'll find stuff along the way. Hey, Sammy. Quests. We have Water Wars to hopefully get something. Once again, I just want to make sure I don't forget. Yeah, it's Scorched or Mesa first, and then those three, then those two, then those three. Yeah, Sammy, they pushed out an update, like, was it last Friday? No, it was Monday, right? Yeah, it was Monday. I'm fucking losing my shit. Yeah, they pushed out a patch Monday. He also did a hotfix, I think, was it last night or this morning? I wouldn't say it's that bad, Zed. It just depends on, like, we can do a speed run to Tunnel D and see how long it takes. I would be surprised if they're not buggy, Michael. Like, they just thinking about it, I would think they'd be buggy as shit. Yeah, quests. We're looking for quests. I mean, if we're just trying to speedrun to D, right? Yeah, let's just speedrun to D and see how slow it is. I don't think it's, once you like learn the actual tile sets, it's not that terrible. Now there is some backtracking in tunnels though. Oh, they added rep in tunnels too. That feels like a bit weird.
Just one more run. Just one more run.
All right, so I think this is the same layout. So I'm curious if like, I'm curious how it works. Is it daily? Is it some arbitrary night? Like they weren't very clear on the mechanic then. If they said it changed on night shifts, and we've had night shifts and not had it. Do they mean night shifts in game? It seems so arbitrary and random and just not concise in any way, shape, or form. So I'm curious if we actually do get night shifts in game, if it actually resets them. I don't really like that. Yeah, it seems the shifts occur every daily reset, Biggie, but like we're on the third day or the the second reset. Fucking climb, man. My God, we're on the second reset now of like having the same tile set for the first map. So if we might have gotten unlucky and re-rolled the same exact fucking thing, I don't think the maps are fully procedural. I think there is variance of the tiles, like or a variance of the maps. Like they did, what they probably did, in my opinion, is they probably did like a couple tile sets or a couple procedurally generated maps and then fixed them up. What I mean, Biggie, is that they're not doing full procedural. Full procedural, you don't need to like, the tile set should rearrange themselves naturally. What I'm saying is they probably did like the very early like procedural generation for the base tiles and what direction they're going, and then glued them together appropriately because the procedural gen wasn't like perfect enough or it wasn't good enough for them, which is fair. But like it can cause an issue like this, right, where if you're doing daily resets of tiles, like there's a, let's say for example if there's 4 instances of variants of like tunnel set 1, you know, there's a chance that people might reset into the same tile set. It's only like a what 1 in 16 chance of that happening, but that's still pretty common. Well, it's Michael. It's not necessarily that you notice tiles, right? There's nothing wrong with noticing tiles. That's always going to be the drawback of procedural, right? What I'm saying is that they're not full procedural. They're okay. So are you familiar with like Diablo, Y7, or like Path of Exile? Let's start there. Have you ever played a game with like technically full procedurally generated maps? Okay, so the way it works, right, is like, let's say for example let's say you have Lego. Are you familiar with what Legos? DRG wouldn't be applicable because I'm not sure if DRG is full procedural or just full random, with like weights in certain areas. I'm not familiar with DRG enough to actually say it's full procedural what way it does it. Okay, so think of it this way, right? Let's say you assemble a few Lego bricks, right? And you call that a tile, and you have now these groups of different tiles, right, that you've assembled previously, and as opposed to you manually connecting those tile sets together, you have the computer do it for you. And in a way, that's very simply what procedural generation is. You create some tiles, and then you tell the computer to arrange it in a certain order or random order, right? And if you just left it at that, that would be full procedural generation. What I am saying they're doing is they're doing that step of making the tiles, having the computer generate them together, but then they're going after that, like after it made that procedural generation, and tweaking it here and there. They're making all of the glue stick together a bit better. So, and they're not showing us the full procedural side, because it might be broken, right? There might be actual bugs that they need to fix with their algorithm for full procedural gen, that they're having to, like, as opposed to presenting to us raw, they have done it in the sense of they've done like 4 or 5 or 6 maps that are full procedural gen. They've taken those combinations and then tweaked them a bit here and there, or made them work. Or say for example too, they might have the full procedural gen for tiles and maps, but they might not have it for like enemies and pathfinding. So they have to go they have to go back after the fact and actually add all of that in. And so that might be why, for example, I haven't seen like a reset on tunnels every day, is because it's only a chance you will see a new one of those variants, right? Like let's say for example there's 4. So there's a 75% chance that I will see a new variant every day, but there's a 25% chance I'll see the same variant. And I'm guessing it resets every like IRL day, but like I don't know yet because I've gotten the same tiling the same. Oh, Michael, 100%. Like I'm not faulting them for doing it, but like it's very clearly like if it is a daily reset, it's very clear that we only have a small subset of tiles to go off, or maps to go off of, and not like fully procedural generated, because like Warframe spent a very long time getting their full procedural generation together, right? And to be fair too, what Warframe did early on also was like each map was more an arena as opposed to a connecting of things, right? Like, and that's generally the downside of tile sets, is like having the tile sets work as their own rooms is usually not that big a deal, but having the rooms work together is very hard. Like having to have units that move between rooms and have flawless logic between those rooms is not easy. Like Warframe for the longest time did not, it might not even now, I haven't played Warframe in a long enough time to actually know, but I played like Alpha Warframe back in like what, 13 years ago? Every room in that game was a dungeon, in the sense of like, or an arena, right, where you went to that room, you did fighting there, and you would go to the next room, and that was it. Fear did it best. I mean, Fear was a bunch of connected arenas too. It didn't have procedural generation. All right, we're going to Tunnel D as quickly as we can. Fear was just a linear shooter. And yeah, so like for example, because they like, it generally seems like they made like, don't be wrong, Tunnels is very good. I like Tunnels a lot, but it does seem like a very raw early version of Tunnels that's just like the bare bones feature set with not a lot of nuance or depth to it. And it would not be surprised to me if they really wanted to like push the game, like they wanted to push this out pretty early, right? They don't want to hold things in limbo for very long. I mean, Bob, we replayed Fear recently, right? It's not cutting edge now. I mean, it's fine linear shooter AI. Like it does a good job in the game that it's in, right? But part of it is because it's a linear shooter. And like like you can design the AI, like it's really easy. Well, I don't want to diminish it, right? But like it's a lot easier when you have a linear shooter and you're making the levels to script the AI around that level, because the level never changes and the layouts never change. It's a linear shooter. Yeah, Lethal Company has the good because like, Lethal Company is really fucking simple. And Lethal Company is perfectly fine with dead ends too, right? Like, dead ends and Lethal Company are part of the game. Dead ends and like lots of other procedural gens are like bad things, right? You can't have that many dead ends. Is there a tunnel over there, or do I need to go up here to the right? We're in tunnel 3 now. Okay, so tunnel 3 might be new. I don't remember this. Even like the base layout. It's important to note, don't care about like the shading and like the extra elements like this. Care about the base layout of the maps for like if it's changed or not. Like stuff like this will change run to run no matter what. The actual factual like base layout's what you need to pay attention to. So it looks like my tunnel 3 got reset to something else, because this is new. I mean, Trash Can, they did mention in their, I mean, like, the proof is in the pudding, right? We'll have to see if they can actually do it, but like, they did talk about in their anniversary video how that's gonna be one of their focuses of this next year. And like, yeah, we'll see. I do think, Trash Can, since all of the maps are out and the tunnels is like in its base form, they don't have to do a lot of like fundamental work on levels and adding content to levels. They can start probably doing refining this year, hopefully. I'm not saying they won't be adding content, but like the base foundation's now there for them, right? I like these darker areas too. I was kind of hoping that we'd have a little bit more dark areas in the tunnels also. Granted, what they probably need to do too, though, is probably start weighting the tiles a bit more for like earlier runs. Like there should be probably some tiles you don't see until much later on, or some variants too, or some enemies also. I don't think you should be definitely throwing very hard enemies at like low-level players, just because the onboard experience is fucking shit enough. We need to jump over here. Also, I feel like maybe we'll get a ladder in the future. Maybe we'll get a tactical ladder. But I feel like despite jumps like that being really easy, I would think that like having a way of getting across that chasm without involving parkour would be nice. Yeah, Michael, but that goes back into my issues forever ago I mentioned about the tac cam. You really shouldn't be incentivizing players to just spam the living shit out of tac cam. Like, if your design choice gets to the point where you're basically telling players you need to be looking through tac cam all the fucking time, that's kind of a mistake in my opinion. I really hope this is a swamp, but if it's not, no biggie. It is swamp, thank God. Yeah, so the way the game works, this is regardless of tunnels or not, is it chooses the spawns of a map when you load into the map, and they never change. So if we left and came back to that room in the same run, it's going to be cultists again, right? That's the way the game currently decides to do things, and I'm hoping if I talk to them in the near future, I can convince them or talk to them about, like, hey, like, I know it's a very big and Herculean task to do it on the bespoke maps, and that's probably too formidable, but, like, why don't you guys try out a different respawn system in the tunnels and see how that works? Because I think it's insanely off-putting to, like, go back to a tile after, like, leaving for 2 rooms and come back to the same enemy that's, like, are resurrected again. And I think tunnels is a great spot for that too, right? Like, I think it's, like, it's not like, it doesn't seem Herculean enough to, like, ask for a rework there, right? If I go to them and say, you need to rework the respawns on every single map in the game, they're like, fuck you. But if I say, like, hey, why don't you go try out a new spawn mechanic in the tunnels, it's like, okay, well, maybe we'll consider it. Because I do think the respawns are off-putting, but also just, it punks out new players too, who might not be expecting that to come back to a room that they just cleared to have enemies to come back immediately. Hold on, I need water thieves. Hey, Bart. I was hoping to find the spawn over here for them, but I guess they're just not here. I want my skip drone. Okay, so it's about 17 minutes right now. And I'm gonna go ahead and say I can get to Tunnel 4 immediately if I wanted to from here. I'm just gonna stay back and kill some guys. Once you know the layouts, I could probably say you can get to Tunnel D. Not the maps to Tunnel D, but Tunnel D in like 15 to 20 minutes. You could probably go faster too. We are playing Maskman and we aren't that fast. So, but like conservatively, I think you can get to Tunnel D in like 15 to 20. Once you know the layouts. Now, like, for players who are super casual and that might be their whole playtime, yeah, it is what it is. But hopefully, that's like, for example, why I want things like... I feel like the checkpoint right now in the game is, like, kind of a stopgap because they needed to add some functionality to help out people who need to take a break. But I definitely think it's very under-realized. Like, I do generally think that, like, in between the maps there should be a camp. Oh my god! Why can't you fix the bushes? I keep reporting it as a bug. Please fix the bushes. It can't be that hard. It can't. It's just go to the prop, disable collision. It's not that hard. Please fix the bushes. For those unaware what I'm fucking ranting about right now, you see all of these trees, these little bushies, these shrubby things, they intercept projectiles, and they block them. No, I'm not okay. I keep reporting it, and it's still in the goddamn game. It should not be that hard. It is, just go to the prop and turn off collision. I've reported this so many goddamn times. I don't care, it's 50 cal. It'll eat 20 mil too. No, okay, here's the difference though. My MSO, you've reported it to the bug reports on Discord. I've reported it directly to the developers. There is a difference. I have literally showed them what it does. It can't be that hard. I mean, don't get me wrong, they do fix a lot of bugs, but like, this should be like an easy dub. Like, it cannot be that hard. Or like, what's the blocker here? Is there something I'm not seeing where like, fixing the collision on bushes for projectiles would break the game? Do you have to do some regression testing on it? Go-Go, so what's the problem in multiplayer? I've never had issues with performance bar. Like, the only thing I've ever had is like certain areas of maps that fuck over everyone. But like, I've never had an issue with performance. Like a giant issue, right? They've done, like, I've always been around 60 FPS or so. Like 60 to 80, right? Some maps are better than others and some maps have really bad spots. But like, performance-wise, I'm perfectly fine and I've always been. It's gotten better over time for lots of people. But like, UE5 does require a certain base, like sorry, okay, your 1650 Ti cannot run this game very well. That's not a them issue. You're on a fucking 1060? Okay, Michael, let's set the baseline here, right? Because I had a friend, like, back in middle school, who, because it's all they knew, they were okay playing an FPS on, like, 15 FPS. So, like, I went there and my eyes watched in horror of him playing some, like, shooter game in 15 FPS, but because that's all he knew, he was okay with it. Fucking, he was going fucking full Play-Doh on me. The fucking allegory of the cave. Okay, that's good. Go-Go, I would say report that. I would say, like, mention that how, like, in co-op, even if the host dies, sometimes it just crashes the game as opposed to sending you guys back to the innards. Because, like, that is the downside of what their current implementation is like, hey, the tunnels, by the way, are fully host reliable or host reliant. So if the host dies, you guys have to go back to the innards. Alright, Water Thief's dead. Get the fuck out of here. What do you mean, how do I tunnel? It's pretty simple, you just load into the map. Are you asking for, like, help on the tunnels? Bart, I wouldn't say there's more. There's a few that are the exact same. I wouldn't say more, though. Like, the upper stairway area is always a shit show. It's not DRG, no. Well, but like, yeah, Michael, that's generally not the prevailing, I would say, sentiment nowadays. I would say for most gamers, if they're not getting above 60, they're unhappy. I'm personally okay in the 30 to 60 range. I prefer 60, but like, if you're getting 30, that's playable for me. If I would say sub 30 FPS is getting to the point where it's no bueno. I mean, we were going for that, Van. FPS drops. It's not, actually wasn't that bad though, right now. Just a little bad. We were gonna do that, Van, but I need to stop for water thieves. Like, I kind of shown that you can get to Tunnel D, and fucking Christ, dude. You can get to Tunnel D in about, like, 15 to 20 minutes. Probably quicker if you really want to speedrun. I mean, Michael, that's not bragging, that's just masochism.
Enemy contact. Not sure where. Maybe too busy eating something else.
Alright, we need to get the fuck out of here. We'll find meds in the next tunnel. I mean, you could just replace the game with UE5. That would be a more probably apt description of just the game in general, or the engine in general. UE5 has certain baseline requirements for your game to not be shit. Can you guys chill out with the respawns, please? I would really fucking appreciate it if you guys chilled out with the respawns. I have to get in the tunnel here. I could stand here and loot a bit, but it's really not worth the effort with HKs on me. I'm just gonna attract every fucking thing in my toward my direction. I mean, even more so than necessary, Chris. Like, you just bring ammo now. Like, if you're planning on going to Tunnel D and go through like 3 maps and 3 tunnels, you're gonna need to bring ammo. I mean, that's just any like new technology though, right? It raises the minimum standard. And like, Silva, it'd be something different if they weren't focused on performance, but they are. So like, it's not like they're not trying. But at a certain end of a day, right, there is going to be a technical requirement for the product. So it was 30 minutes to get to Tunnel D, but that was us stopping for 10 minutes to go kill some water thieves, so.
Has our luck run out?
So now we can actually do probably some looting for some meds here, because there's always a ton. Survivor, maybe, but also, like, this is the time, too, for them to start layering on, like, refinements and meta systems on top of their skeleton, right? Yeah, like the work they've done on FPS, on performance, right, has shown clear results, and they've gutted a lot of things in the game to give performance, right? Like, hey, some of the reasons why units don't have collision and drones go through walls is for performance. So they've even sacrificed gameplay for performance. Elmer's. A little snack in the tunnels. So yeah, it's not like they're not trying, but UE5 is demanding, and it's going to require you to have a certain minimum. I apologize if your game cannot run this game. If you have above if you have a 20,000 series graphics card, you probably should be able to run this game. If you have a 10 series, you're getting to the point where, like, I start to not be like, I feel for you if you have a 10 series graphics card, but I also can understand why you can't run the game, and they can't really do all that much to accommodate you when the UE5 engine has a certain baseline requirement. Like, please go look up how old the 10 series cards are. They're not close to being relatively new. Yeah, my MSO, I don't really bother with exploits like that. I'd rather not use an exploit to, like, highlight the fact that looting this game is kind of a pain in the ass.
Everyone for themselves.
So that's also what I just showed you is an exact reason to use 50 cal. is that for lots of infantry in the tunnel, like, it is a great solution to be stealthy with, right? Here's the problem. I have so many things I want to ask them to do, or ask them to fix, or ask them to revise or rework. And like, the problem is like, I would say looting is functional. I wouldn't say looting is terrible, but I also wouldn't say it's good. Well, that's all, yeah, about that earlier. Like, I want them, like, I would say that for a game that could be considered a looter shooter, looting in this game is so unsatisfactory. I get no joy from finding things. Maybe I would get it if I saw fucking concrete material, but that would be the material itself and not necessarily the process of looting. No, yeah, the construction drone seems to be like a bug in the game where you can find it in the thing now, but yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's a problem too with the like sure, part of the solution is having loot that matters, but it's more of the sense of like the way they present looting to you. It doesn't really, like, there's an innate feeling of like accomplishment when you kill something in Tarkov. You go up to the body and you see all the stuff on them in their slots, right? I think, Gusto, the first thing I would start going to a design board on is looking at how to make looting a bit more active. Like, there's a certain intrinsic reward when you kill something and you loot the body, right? And you don't really feel that when I would say you loot a bag on the floor. Like, sure, the process is still technically the same, right? You're just looting an invisible bag on the body, but like, it's about the polish and necessarily like what you feel your character is doing, right? Like, it feels so minimal, probably from a developer standpoint, because I get that, but like, there is a clear difference between like looting a loose bag on the floor or going up to this dead corpse and start patting him down for shit in his pockets, right? Like, part of the process is just making it look like you're looting bodies. Or like looting things, right? Or say, for example, like, all of these containers around here feel really wrong. Like, why is all of this loot kind of unguarded, right? Why is there so much of it in the tunnels? While it would feel a lot more organic, in a way, if I, like, walked over to this and started scrapping it, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be the process of a minigame, but it could just, you know, go over to something and you see your character interact with it and start scrapping it, right? Pulling out wires or like that. It doesn't need to be like pulling out to just the act of animation, right? Or the act of like seeing your character do that makes it feel grounded. It makes it feel like you're not necessarily just like finding crates that are strategically placed for you, but actually salvaging, right? Organic, I kind of go over it in my patch video. The highest TLDR I can give you is the tunnels are the glue between the maps that you go to maps with. So like, you know, there's different types of tunnels. There's tunnels A through D, and each one of those tunnels will take you to a certain different map, right? Or certain different maps. And so they're basically the way of you traveling through the world to these maps. Yeah, and like at a very like similar level, right? That's kind of it, right? It just, and like, it's not only that, right? I want to make sure it's clearly, it's not just that's the issue. It's multifaceted, but that's one of the elements, right? Where it first feels like you know, you're not really interacting and like looting. It's more just like, hey, we spawn this container on the ground for you to open. And you don't really interact with the container in a way like, right, you're just holding E. Yes and no. The regular body cyborgs, or like the running cyborgs, are basically the same for the most part. I need to go find one to see if I can one-shot headshot one with a scar. But the crawling cyborgs are much easier to kill now, which is very nice. Before they were way too tanky. Well, here's the thing I've always had a problem with water, Van, is it for a resource that's supposed to be important, it's really weird to find water just lying in the open with nothing guarding it. Like, if water is supposed to be this scarce, important resource, why is it everywhere? See you, Y7. And like, that's the problem too, right, with all these like open containers. Like, it makes sense here for like this to be like the containers in here make sense, right? You know, we're in this like end cap room that's guarded by some cultists, right? I wouldn't say like there's an appropriate amount of guards here, but like at least I can say as a baseline it makes sense, right? Like the loot here is guarded by some cultists who seem to be guarding the stockpile. Makes sense. But so much of the loot is just out in the open, right? And so much of it is. Tunnels are a bit empty, I think, by design. I don't think they're supposed to be that aggressively, like, tuned to present, like, lots of combat, right? It's supposed to provide a dichotomy, right? Between, like, the surface maps and the, like, these maps being kind of barren help out a lot because it gives you the kind of the contrast on the surface of how chaotic things are, right? I like how kind of desolate these underground maps are. It also provides a way for them to do events and other things in the future. Like, they've talked about in Q&As doing caravans and NPC shit, but you can't really have those on the surface without emptying out those maps, right? Like, why would there be a fucking caravan going through a war zone? In contrast, though, a map like this, where there's so many like empty areas and like the enemy density is much lower, finding an NPC caravan would make a lot more sense. So like, I like the fact that we have this because it provides a baseline for like non-combat encounters. Now, I do agree with some players though, like I've seen this critique a bit. I do think the current tile design in the tunnels does lead into one of their biggest sins that you see in the current map design on the surface too, right? Which that being the map layouts, like there's exceptions like here for example, which is really nice, but like a lot of the map layouts don't really do a good job of promoting stealth, right? Did I come from this direction? No, we'll figure it out. Like a lot of the map tiling doesn't really, like, it kind of forces you into conflict, right? And it doesn't really present solutions to you to go around that conflict. Sometimes there'll be double backs in here and there where you can use tiles to like go around certain tiles, but like that's, I feel like they should be a bit more self-contained than that. No, that's a thing a lot of new players miss, is there's a room up there. That was on the first generation of Tunnel A. That was a thing lots of players were missing.
Everyone for themselves.
It's why they couldn't find the way to one of the maps, basically, was because of that. I do hope they lean into rooms like this a bit more. Like this is like the peak design room of like, hey, you're really small in a very big world. Like even underground in an area that's supposed to be claustrophobic, you can have these giant areas to make you feel small. So I hope we see more tiles like this in the future. Like these giant connecting rooms. Now, unfortunately, as you can see, there's some streaming issues, level streaming issues. But you know, I mean, they always existed though, Snack, right? Like we were always using the tunnels. Like the loading screens are the tunnels, right? Granted, you don't really see loading screens very much because they force you through the loading screens pretty quickly. But like, by and large, these always existed. They just weren't shown to us outside of loading screens. No, but I don't want to say I don't really care about the aesthetics though, right? Like I don't like as I showed, for example, on when we were glitching outside of the map on on downtown. Downtown, like the giant empty voids of like, you know, rubble and ruin and skyscrapers that weren't very detailed, that's perfectly fine with me. I don't need lots of detail to get a vibe. I mentioned this earlier in Discord, AIM, that like I would honestly say the people who hate the navigation in Discord are probably more complaining about the movement as opposed to tunnels themselves. Some of them might truly hate tunnels, but I think it's more of them venting their frustration in the way they know how to by complaining about the recent ad, as opposed to really nailing the problem, the source of their problem, which is the movement in the game being rough. It takes a while to learn. I do think too, like, I think as they expand the tile sets and maybe add some more to these tunnels, it will get better in time. But I do think right now they probably have a bit too many parkour tiles in the game, and that will hopefully be watered down in time. Now, I do think the giant electrical wires are kind of a shit show. They can be hard to mantle on sometimes, but it is what it is. Sorry, I was gonna get a drink. Oh, I'm sure it's very rough, man. Thanks, Pixel. I mean, yes and no. Like, remember, like, movement serves a purpose in games, right? Like, it's important to not get too focused on, like, movement shooter mechanics in recent games, right? Like, don't try to Titanfall every game. Now, I will accept that movement is rough. Like, there probably needs to be some time spent, like, maybe, like, making it better. But it shouldn't be a movement shooter, right? Like, it shouldn't have you dashing, dodging, dipping, and diving. Like, that's too much, right? It doesn't need to be that. And you can, like, some of the... It's perfectly fine about having tension and movement, because it does promote, like... There's a balance, right? Like, for example, Tarkov has always had kind of shitty movement, right? And part of mastering the game was learning how to take advantage of that kind of mediocre movement. Oh, we're doubling back here for sure. This is a tunnel. This is a fucking container room. Yeah, I mean, so they're not gonna do... I don't blame them for this either. They're not gonna do yellow paint aim. Like, they're not gonna tell you exactly where you should and shouldn't go. I do think they can do a better job. Like, there's a few places that definitely can feel misleading. And, like, I would say your pain is that, like, you are suffering the pain of, like, learning through probably dying. And I do think they have too many of those. Because, unfortunately, the problem is that you're probably experiencing is you can think you can mantle on something, you take a leap of faith, realize you can't, and then you fall to your death. And I think that might be a problem too of, like, there's not really a tutorial in the game in any capacity. They do have a tunnel tutorial, but, like, it's pretty bare bones, right? You do just kind of have to learn through trial and error. And I do agree they probably do have too many of them, but, like, it is what it is, right? Maybe they can fix it, maybe they can't. But they're never going to do the thing where they put yellow paint everywhere to tell you what you can and can't mantle on. And the problem is too, right? Like, the problem is always like the like learning the exact degrees of which you can mantle and which you cannot. Like, can I mantle on this? Let me figure it out. Okay, let me find something I can mantle on, actually. Hold on one second here. Okay. So, like, I can mantle on this, right? But if my, like, trajectory... Actually, this works out pretty well here. Hold on. Can I mantle in every corner of this? Okay. Let me find a different prompt. There are, like, for example, the electrical wires are one of those things, right? where if you come in at a wrong angle to the electrical wires, you will not be able to mantle on them, despite it being a mantleable object. They do cut you off on certain degrees, and so like that's part of just kind of the peculiarities of games, right? It's like, hey, I can mantle on this, but only at a certain angle, right? If I come in at too sharp of an angle, I can't mantle on it. I mean, I imagine so, Cat War Boss, but like that's part of just learning too. Like, people don't know the tile sets yet. I think in time people will probably have those concerns alleviated. Like, the people who do not have great memories in regards to like visual memories, like learning the, like, if people are geographically challenged, right? Fuck off. You don't have a modeled gun on you. Stop shooting me. Like, I think Cat War Boss, a lot of it's just growing pains of learning tile sets. That's a different issue. That's a looting issue though, Cat War Boss. That's an issue that just like the containers they use in the tunnels are just too prevalent and doesn't make sense. Yeah, like right now, like all the containers are so. Why did I come to? Why did I choose here? Why the fuck would I go through all of that work to come to here? I better fucking find some goddamn concrete. Shelby, I think it's fine. I think the base. The only thing I'll say, I think the baseline cost for the shooting range should be less. I do not care about anything else. And the reason why I say that is because it provides a good incentive for people who want to grind, and provides a long-term goal for people who are more casual too, right? But I think the functionality of the shooting range is probably too important to lock it behind a large upfront cost, so I would make the base shooting range cost way less. If there is some functionality locked behind the living quarters, I would say drop that that first initial cost down too. But I think the living quarters is all fluff, right? So like that's how I would take it. I do think that the original shooting range is probably too expensive. I meant to loot, not shoot, but all right.
Don't miss.
Why are all the fucking doors broke? I'm gonna die here. That's the downside of the scar. I should have gone to cemetery, to be honest. That's a big thing too, is like, I like the idea of tunnels. Alright, let me go to the map real quick. I like the idea of tunnels, but like, nothing about these maps currently make them remotely special enough to warrant going to. Yeah, no, that was the issue. That's the issue with running a scar. That's the, okay, so that's the noob check, right? For example, now naturally I know better, so I opted into it. But like, what you just saw is what happens to new players when they don't bring a silencer. Like, that is exactly why you bring a silencer to every raid. It's because I was shooting an unsilenced gun, I attracted everything in a fucking 5-mile radius. Yeah, but like, Cordo, the problem is like, it's not very clear. Like, I would say by and large, it has to be so clear, so thoroughly clear when you go to these later on maps, what you're opting into and the rewards for doing so, right? Like, Tarkov with labs does such a good job of being like, hey, you're going to walk into a cheater-infested, raider-infested hell, but for doing so, you get very nice rewards. Oh yeah, Blood, apparently poor Michael. I'm gonna tell you now, Divi probably did a fucking really shitty thing by releasing a video on it, because Divi doing the best way, I will tell you right now, to get the devs to pay attention to what you're doing is to make a video on it, or to do a Steam review on it. Two of those things will get you seen very quickly. And Divi did a really shitty thing by making a video about it, because you know what they did? They patched it out. Poor Michael can't look at the trophy room anymore because someone had to fucking leak the goddamn secret. I'm telling you right now, don't do a fucking video on the exploit for the railgun. I'm not gonna show what it is. I'm not gonna tell you how to do it because I don't want them to patch it out. But if you need some help to do solo railgun shit, if you really want to, it exists. I won't tell you how to do it because I don't want to give them the clue on how to do it either. But no. But like, okay, so Fundog's not listening. They don't watch the streams. They watch the videos, but not the streams. So like when a new player starts out with the surplus rifle and the surplus shotgun, it's such an immediate kind of like a, hey, the game is telling you to do something bad. I don't think so, Cat War Boss. I think you're giving them too much credit. How? Why? Hold on. God, what is going on here? 1 second. Why? Why? Why do you choose only the times I stream to walk into my room? Fucking bugs, man. There's a fucking conspiracy going on. Maybe they're attracted to my voice. Maybe if I get really nasally for the rest of the stream, they won't keep coming in here. Alright guys, this is my new streamer voice. Is this appropriate for ASMR? Do you guys vibe with this a lot? Do you guys like it? Curtis. No, you're thinking of, Chris, I think you're thinking of mosquitoes. And that is how mosquitoes work, yeah, they're attracted to carbon dioxide. Oh, thanks, Waterbots. Alright, alright. That's great timing, I guess? It wasn't a roach. If it was a roach, I'd be throwing much more of a fucking gasket. It was like a small little beetle. Alright, here. I did get Water Wars done, so I do have a fast travel drone now. So I can skip over to D. Let's not, though. Let's stock up some drones. Oh, the drone sync kill is entirely bullshit. The drone sync kill is absolute bullshit. I'm sorry, but if your sync kill pulls me through the wall of a map, I don't think your sync kill should probably trigger. Just a thought. Like if I'm standing here, if I get grabbed by a drone, their animation will take me through the wall. At the very least, okay, I will say, if they provide an incentive to co-op and say like, hey, if the drone is sync killing someone, you can't save yourself, but your teammates can save you, I would be way more okay with it. But right now, it's just like literally go fuck yourself for like whoever gets grabbed. It's like, hey, you're dead, you're just not dead yet. The trigger for the sync kill is proximity. So they'll play their sound effects, Benetier, and then if they're close enough to you, they will grab you and instantly kill you. And when generally speaking, when they're playing that sound effect, they are trying to get closer to you. They're moving towards you. Now, the downside of that, though, is if they're already next to you and they play that sound effect, you're dead. In a heartbeat, you're just instantly dead. They play the sync kill right off the rip. And the problem is, too, is because drones don't really have traditional collision, if really at all, they can go through certain terrain elements and grab you through those terrain elements. So, for example, there's a lot of pipes on these maps of tunnels, and they don't really collide with those things very well, if at all. Like, right, they just go through them a lot of the time, or they'll spawn in them. The dog can also one-shot you, but the dog threshold is usually 2k unless they changed it. I would assume it's for a performance. I'm assuming they removed a lot of collision on lots of different things, mainly for performance and pathfinding. I don't know that to be true, but like that's what would make sense to me. Yeah, I mean, like it is like I said, they have made gameplay like sacrifices in the name of performance. So like it's not like they're not trying to make the game more performative, right? I do think like there are certain things they should probably not have that happen on. I think they've fixed it, but there was definitely a patch period where like you could have mechs inside each other. That was fun. I don't know, like it's a part of my very long list of things I think they need to probably fix. But like the problem is it's a long list, so like how do I prioritize what I present to them in that long list if I get a chance to? Like, there are certain things that are like, I think they need to fix for gameplay considerations, and there's certain things where I'm like this would be like, this needs to happen for gameplay, and there's certain things where I just think are bullshit. I at this point, with the tunnels, think the drones are bullshit. Like, before they were like, okay, it is what it is, but between Babel and tunnels, and like new players, you should not be giving players a surplus rifle and then putting drones in front of them. It is so thoroughly... It's not even the fact that it's unfair, it's unfun. I haven't, Jim. I know that shares in UE5 are a giant shit show. Also, okay, so explain to me this expose. Is it like an actual technical document of like is it an actual paper, or is it a YouTuber doing like just clickbait video? Like, is there actual research done showing like why the shaders are fucked the way they are? I mean, Pixel, you can just say you like if you just like throw a dart at a random time to go look at the Discord, you will probably see me ranting on it more often than not. It's a very, very likely chance. Oh, I mean, Chris, that's more of like, that's, for example, like, that's always the problem with out-of-box solutions, right? Is out-of-box does not mean that you can just plug your shit in and it will work flawlessly. It means that they provide you a baseline, then you need to go fine-tune afterwards, right? And we're kind of seeing that with this game too, right? Like, they accept the fact that, like, UE5 is not a perfect solution to their problems. They have to go fix things afterwards. And he's basically saying that they don't. Randy's like basically like, well, we use Unreal Engine 5 and we plugged it into our system and it worked perfectly fucking good. I apologize, Randy, but like, you're fucking, that's a shit take. Like, UE5 is going to require you to do optimization work. I mean, if you want to throw it into my Discord, Jim Bob, if you're on my Discord, that will work. I'll look at it. I know that shaders for UE5 are an absolute shit show because it's just, yeah. And the problem is too, I wouldn't place the blame solely on UE5. It's also on NVIDIA. And NVIDIA drivers have taken a massive L recently in regards to being just a quality product, right? So I don't want to solely place the blame on Epic when a lot of it can be attributed to NVIDIA pushing out lots of patches or drivers for their GPUs and them being shitty fucking drivers. Like, NVIDIA has really fucking dropped the ball. Well, in a way, Mushi, it's probably more of them it's more of them caring about AI support and B2B support than caring about their end consumers on the personal level, right? Like, NVIDIA is strictly B2B now. They don't give a shit about consumers anymore. I mean, I genuinely curse usually like a sailor. I generally will only tune myself back if I'm trying to have an argument with someone, because I know that cursing in an argument will be too aggressive. But like, if I'm just talking shit with you guys about like not an argument with you guys, I'll curse all the time. No, yeah, NVIDIA cares more about B2B cards now, business to business. You are no longer like the source of their primary source of revenue. And so, because of that, right, you know, hey, their drivers for consumers now fucking suck cock, basically. They're god-awful. And, like, there was multiple NVIDIA patches that or drivers they've had to hotfix recently because they had terrible Unreal support. And the problem is, too, for example, is, like, they'll push, a lot of these modern games now are, like, pushing you to stay up to date with drivers. Like, for example, Battlefield 6 is probably going to ask you to update your drivers again. I would not be surprised. And the problem is that that driver will probably be focused on making sure Battlefield 6 runs well, but I doubt they're doing regression testing now, or like not doing very thorough regression testing. They're not testing if their new driver updates fucks with other games. And like, that was the issue. That was for like, what I'm describing is why people stayed away from AMD cards, right? Is because you kind of always knew that, like, sure, NVIDIA might cost you a couple $100 more for similar, you know, non-ray trace performance, but you knew that you were getting a quality product that wasn't going to have driver issues or was going to have up-to-date drivers. And the problem is that's no longer the case. Like, AMD's gotten better, but the problem is NVIDIA's bar is so lowered now that, like, I'm probably gonna get an AMD card next.
As our luck
Like, I don't see a reason to stick with NVIDIA because they're not promised me like one of their core selling points before was like having quality, stable drivers. I like tunnels a lot. I do also accept there's growing pains with them in multiple different ways. The surplus guns, like, it's too easy for newer players with tunnels to put themselves in a very bad way. When your biggest thing with newer players is you should be presenting them why they should be playing your game, in my opinion.
Everyone for themselves.
And like one of the big things I will say Arcturus too is that the respawn mechanic in the game, the way respawns work in the game currently, right, is that if I just kill these guys, right, if I go leave the room and get far enough away and come back, those guys will be back and nothing will have changed. I view that as a massive issue for players like casuals who might need more time to learn how to navigate maps. They're the ones getting punished the most by the respawn mechanic. And they're the ones who generally need the most help. And so, like, if I ever get a chance to talk to the devs again, that's gonna be something I bring up, is like, hey, you, like, I know you can't do this on the bespoke maps, right? Because, like, you wouldn't want to spend the time to rework all of them from a spawn standpoint. But since tunnels is so raw, can you please, like, consider doing some respawn work or changing how respawns work on tunnels at least? See, Michael? Like, change how your game works in this capacity. I also do think that the scav checkpoints are just... I hope the scav checkpoints are just because they had to include something for the casual players, and that was a very quick solution for them. I do not think it's a fully realized solution, but I also understand that a fully realized solution would have taken more time for them, and they seem very, very focused on doing monthly patches. Yeah, Emilius, like, it's always the concern, right, is like, what do they mean by that? It's such a general term, right? Yeah, I haven't tried this out, Jim, but I did hear that checkpoints only work in a very small time frame. Like, if the reset's at 7 p.m. and you take a scav checkpoint at 5 p.m., if you don't play again till after 7, I heard that you get sent back to the innards. Once again, I do not know this to be a fact. Like, this is what I've heard. I haven't experienced this personally. Yeah, like they're always saying that they're working on AI too. Oh, most definitely go, like 100%. And on the big maps too, I can understand that a lot more than on the smaller maps that don't have 5 million units going around. But it's also too, like, it's them. There is ways you can track that and not have you have to render everything constantly. There are, like all things game dev, right? There are loopholes or cheats you can do to provide the illusion that things have happened. Like, for example, right, the way I've always... I don't know how much of this is true or not in regards to if they do any of this already. So I'll just speak plainly in the sense of, like, I'll assume that they have none of this existing. The way I have always thought to do respawns in a game that's supposed to simulate an RTS, right, is to literally simulate, like, not an RTS, because real time is a different cost, but let's say, for example, we have like a turn-based more game, right, where, okay, so think of the entire map of the Forever Winter, right, and now divide that into grids, like a chessboard, and in each one of these cells of the chessboard, you could potentially have, like, units, events, things going on, right? Each one of these grids is a container for things to happen in. And let's say, for example, Europa and Yoruska are currently in the same cell Ashen Mesa are in. And so then therefore they're fighting. And then you'll have the simulated, you know, roster for the Yoruska force, and you'll have the simulated roster for the Europa force, and you will see that, and like the actual spawns will pull from those rosters what's available in that container. And the way the spawns would work is they would take those rosters, they would spawn the parts of those rosters on the map, and then detract from those rosters as things died. And there would be certain breakpoints too, right, where they'll stop spawning things, right? Like naturally, a force isn't going to fully exhaust itself in one of these container fights, right? So let's say, for example, the threshold's like 50%, and that threshold could change depending on circumstances, right? Let's say, for example, Europa loses 100 troops. They're no longer going to spawn things on that map anymore. And so you can see the battle progress over time. If you really want to wait for a very long period of time for the battles to exhaust itself, you can. But then if you do that, you know, let's say, for example, Yoruska wins, Yoruska's gonna still have units from the roster on that map patrolling around, right, looking for stragglers or survivors. They're going to try to secure that container or that grid. And that's actually a harder experience for players in, right? Like, you actually want to go quick before that happens, because part of moving through the game, right, is having distractions, right? And so, like, when I'm thinking of a respawn system, right, I want that simulation running in the background at a very simple tick rate, like a very slow, like, I would put it down to turn-based, right? So, like, because turn-based is performative, right? You're not constantly updating the thing that's going on in the background, right? It's just there for you to pull from when you're in the map. This is a respawn point, we need to go there. But like right now, the way respawns work is that the spawns on the map are determined by when you load into that map. Like the second you load into the map, the respawns are deterministic, right? They never change. If you leave a spawn area and come back, the same respawns will happen. It's done on map load. And that can be very immersion breaking. I don't think they do. I'm not sure if they do. Like, they kind of alluded to that van being in the March update forever ago, but like, we got to the March update and it was just like a drone respawn mechanic. Like, they in the very early Q&As, they kind of hyped us up saying that the March update was going to be like a reinforcement update, right? Like, and I sure, I may have like read into it a bit too much, but we didn't really have a lot to go off of in regards to their like what they were doing, right? Now we know better. But like, I actually thought like that was going to be them reworking respawns, and like they did fix poppin', right? They fixed in the unit spawning in front of you, and they added a drone spawning in, but like that was really about it. But like, I don't think like the way I would always approach a game like this, in my opinion, is like I would approach it from like having a simplistic simulation happening in the background to control how things worked on the map, right? Because if you're trying to do like an immersive experience where it feels lived in, you feel like it's actually happening, I feel like it needs to happen in a very simplistic way. And the cheat is making it simple, right? Like the cheat is making it feel more complex than it is, not making it feel like it doesn't like exist in the first place. Cyril, we might not be getting QAs again. They have fixed a few of them, Larry. Generally speaking, the way they handle pop-in now, Larry, is if there's an instance where pop-in will happen, and it's going to happen right next to you, they will move that spawn further away from you. It still will be kind of in front of you, sort of, kind of, but they'll move it as far away as they can. They'll basically move it, like, they'll move it from ambushing you to, like, attacking you very shortly afterward. In a way, Cat Warboss, it is, like, similar to A-Life, but as opposed to, like, A-Life, where it's having to track, like, every single NPC, you're more of just tracking, like, maybe, like, 20 or 30 armies, probably, if that. As opposed to tracking lots of individual NPCs, you're tracking basically 2 or 3 factions who have some, like, subunits too. I view it as a much simpler and easier to do version of A-Life, yeah. Larry, I have exactly what you're describing. They teleport in, but I see them do the little glitchy, like Matrix thing where they pop in for a second and get teleported away from me. So I know exactly what you're describing, but like their solution to that is clearly in front of me, right? They take it and then move it away. Zon, yeah, like what you're describing is you're basically describing how a system like that would work on a more technical level, right? Like, yeah, those are all considerations when you decide to do something like that, right? Like, hey, like, do we want to do this simulation in the background? And then you start breaking out, like, okay, what was the simulation gonna look like, right? What's each of these containers gonna have? And like, what are these armies gonna have, right? Like, are they gonna have like a rosters of units? Are they gonna have strength? Like, how are we gonna quantify it, right? And you can go complex or as simple as you want, right? You could just literally have it be as simple as when the armies meet, they literally rock, paper, scissors to see who wins. If you want to keep it as simple as possible, right? Yeah, I mean, like, it's less about, like, I'm not really... I might be talking to someone else, AIM, but like on a general level, I'm not, while I'm concerned about the individual AI, right? In this particular conversation, it's more focused on just like a very simplistic simulation happening in the background to inform how respawns happen and in what quantities and what capacity. Like, it'd be cool, right, if players ever fully realized how this works and they figure it out. Or like by engaging in theaters of war, they can maybe figure out how units are moving through the game. Wouldn't it be cool to see a stilt walker on a certain map and to follow that stilt walker to a different map because you kind of have an idea of how theaters of war works? Like, that's the type of persistence that will actually like make the world feel lived in, right? Hey, Jojo. Actually, I have a jump. What am I doing? I keep forgetting I have a jump. I have a jump for this. I don't think any of the maps can actually fit Big Green. Other way. It also makes a sense too, right? Like, you know, you can set it up too, right, where choppers might only spawn in certain like circumstances too, and that those circumstances might change depending on what's happening in the map, right? Like, let's say, for example, like every minute, the AI director of the map scans the map to see what's going on, what units are present, and Juruska might only deploy, or your agent might only deploy choppers if there's a certain criteria is met, like there's 10 Merkava battle tanks, right? And then that would be a cool clue, for example, right, of like, hey, you know, you see a lot of tanks on the battlefield, you might know Merkava's, or sorry, a chopper's coming then. AJ fuck. Yeah. The hacking in the radar tells you the percentage strength of what units are, like what factions on each map, which to my knowledge doesn't really do a whole lot. The other thing it does too is tells you what active events are on the map. Yeah, I like the update. I think tunnels are really good. I think they're still very raw, but I really like the baseline concept and modularity. Like, unlike all of the previous patches thus far, the modularity of tunnels really just like they can do so much with it. And the baseline functionality of like multi-raid works really well too, because they can start doing smaller version, like they can, it would not make, if for technical reasons they could not do a bunker beneath Ashen Mesa, right? The bunker on Mesa you can't go into, that there's no like way to go down. If they actually, like, if they couldn't do that for technical constraints, well, now they can just make it multi-raid. And they can attach it to Mesa, right? Like, you go into the bunker on Mesa, you get what you want from the bunker on Mesa, and then you go back to Mesa. So, like in a game like, for example, Starfield, right? Bethesda being a AAA studio, if they have to rely on lots of fucking, like, loading screens, it's not acceptable, right? Especially for the game they were selling. But for an indie studio, I have no qualms at all having tons of loading screens, especially when they're short, right? Like, let me just make this clear. When I mean tons, I don't mean like unnecessary amounts of loading screens, but if they have to break up maps by loading screens, I'm perfectly okay with that. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, but Bethesda really likes their loading screens, but the problem with their loading screens on Bethesda 2 is they were never usually that short. Man, I remember fucking 2 on the Xbox, I think 360. No, sorry, just the base Xbox, I think. With Oblivion, no, not Oblivion, sorry, Morrowind. Morrowind on the base Xbox would like literally take minutes to load, and the more you progress through the game, your save file would get harder and harder for it to load. It was... Morrowind on the Xbox was a giant fucking shit show. Yeah, no, there was a thing too where I think actually, like, yeah, Morrowind would like literally crash your consoles. The Morrowind on Xbox is literally why, like, all of the shit now you have to do to get your game on Xbox or console is, like, exists. You have to do lots of validation now before you can ship out anything to the console. Yeah, just Bethesda doing Bethesda things. They really just needed to abandon that fucking engine so much. Just take it out back and shoot it, please, Bethesda. What map is this? Are we in tunnels 2 or 3? Yeah, we're in tunnels 3. Actually, going to 3. Sorry, yeah, we're in tunnels 3 going to this one. Okay. Yeah, I beep beep. In that regards too, actually, this scav checkpoint works for now. I do genuinely, what they probably, like, either, okay, it doesn't have to be after tunnels, but I think somewhere in the loop, like either after maps, after tunnels, maybe something else, like they need to do something where, like, you can have a actual, like, scav camp after some content. Like, if you're gonna, there's lots of functionality in the innards where if you're gonna keep this really weird arbitrary IRL timer, and you're gonna have the IRL raids, which kind of work against that. Like, there's a bunch of crafting recipes that ask for like 5, 10, 15 minutes, right? Which, if you're doing longer runs, kind of work contrary to those, right? Like, you're losing, let's say, for example, you have an hour a day to play this game, and you want to do like as long as a run as you can. Well, congratulations, you get to craft something when you start the game and when you leave the game, but you're losing like, what, 30, 40, 50 minutes of actual crafting? Thanks, Nasco. And you don't get access to that again until you go back to the innards. See the cat war boss. And so, like, if they give you some way of, like, maybe not going back to the innards, but stopping at a scav camp where you can, like, radio your innards, like, hey, work on this recipe next. And it gives you, like, a logical stopping point, too, where, as opposed to the scav checkpoints, which get... Hold on. As opposed to the scav checkpoints, they get kind of screwed up by, like, the resets, apparently. This shouldn't. You just, like, should be able to stay there. If you die at a spawn checkpoint, you get sent back to the innards. The only thing the checkpoints do is that if you want to close the game, it saves your progress, but only for a while, to my knowledge. The for a while part is the part I'm sketchy about. I don't know for a fact that that's how that works. The game is improved, yeah. Like, every patch is an improvement, right? And it has been. The problem's always been is like, is it enough of an improvement? I mean, Geronimo, are you playing the game or just spectating the game? I do have to ask that question. I do have to specify, like, Geronimo, are you actually playing the game or just watching it? Okay, so if you play the game right, I would ask you then, what, in that capacity, were the regular maps not grindy too? Like, what about the regular maps weren't grindy in their own way? Sure, the actual grind, like the actual combat loop or the game loop was shorter, but I would say it was still grindy. Like, sure, you might enjoy killing mechs more, but like, taking a grenade launcher to, like, Elephant to spam kill medium mechs is still a grind, in my opinion. And so, like, I would say, like, I wouldn't say if your opinion was that the game was grindy before and it's still grindy, yeah, I agree with you. The only thing that's changed is the loop's gotten longer. And I would say, Geronimo, too, like, I mentioned this in the patch video, there's a very large gap between the entry-level crafting and, like, stuff, and, like, the late-game crafting and stuff. There's not really, it's a plateau. It's like you have your early stuff and you have your late stuff, and there's no in-between. And so, I would say, yeah, it probably feels really grindy if you're going straight to the early game to the late game stuff, because there's nothing in between. Greasy, it depends. Like, if you're looking for, like, if you enjoy early access games, if you're okay with, like, you know, systemically rough games, but you're, like, okay to, like, play, like, a Dream, or, like, if you really enjoy Grimdark, right? I would say sign on. There's lots of different things, right? Like, how much is $20 to you? Are you okay with true early access games? Do you really vibe with the art style of the game? Do you like the idea of a PvE extraction shooter? Those are all questions you kind of need to answer yourself, Greasy. Now, personally, yeah, I would buy this game again. If I didn't own this game and I knew what I was getting into, like, yeah, I would buy it again. but like I am very tolerable of games like this, right? Where it can be kind of rough at times. It can be kind of unforgiving at times, and the gameplay can be raw enough, right, or like raw enough where you can get punished arbitrarily. But I've always been okay with things like that. That's the thing too, right? Like I have signed on to so many early access projects or dreams. I have Prime and Warframe. I backed Warframe back before it was even a game. I backed Firefall. That didn't turn out so well. I backed Ashes of Creation. That might not turn out so well, Steven, if you're listening, which you're not, but Steven, hey, figure out your shit, Steven. I backed Star Citizen, which I'm pretty okay with. Like, it might never come out, but I'm okay with that. I've gotten lots of time out of Star Citizen, and I've had a pretty fun experience with it. Like, I have clearly shown that I am very okay with early access games, so I might be the exception, not the rule. Man, Firefall was so close to being good, but also so far away. The fact they spent so much fucking money on a goddamn van too, that fucking guy. Now we know better though. Now we know if we ever see that guy in game dev again, we stay the fuck away from him. They don't really, I'm never gonna say never, Geronimo, but they're to the point of persistence now. Like, I only own a few ships in that game, and I've bought in-game lots more that are somewhat, like, I'm not gonna say they're never gonna do a wipe again, Geronimo, but they're to the point now where they will do multiple patches and not wipe your account. I have tons of ships in that game I have bought in-game that have been in-game for over a year now.
Whittle them down and we can break out.
Oh shit, I'm out of ammo. That's not good. No, 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 no! Not like this! I was talking and I paid attention to my ammo counter. Oh well. As long as we get... I am perfectly happy to die as long as we get this quest done. Oh no, yeah, NPCs don't have any self-preservation at all. As long as I get Water Wars done, I am perfectly content with dying. Because essentially all I'm really doing here is just farming this shit out of fast travel drones. Wait, what? Why did you go away? Alright, we're good. Like, that's the only thing I really truly care about, is getting that number up. I can go to downtown now. Only once though. Actually, let's go ahead and burn our let's burn them. Let's see if there's truly anything worthwhile on this map. We'll start in Tunnel D though. I will say, if you're trying to min-max these, I would really say start in Tunnel D and go to downtown, just because mainly it's only one as opposed to 2 fast travel drones, which seems pretty damn important. Hold on, let me fix a few things. Grillo, baby, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Okay, he's forgiven me. Alright, rifle-wise. I've used the M4 in a while. Let's like, I gave him some lungs, okay? He's got some lungs now. I'm sure he's happy. I don't need that many, do I? No, that's fine. All right, 5.56. All right, let me see if Tunnels 4 get anything good for us. And I think the big thing we're looking for when we get to downtown is there really anything in downtown that's like worth the trip there? I'm not too focused. Whoops. I'm not too focused, Van, on like doing that many questing right now. I'm really just focused on like fast travel drones, and that's really about it. Power cells are not bad either, but like, I don't know. Someone mentioned that the quest rewards aren't really up to par with the costs and the time of maps, and I probably agree with that. When a quest offers you like 2 bottles of water and then like 5,000 credits for completion, do I really care about doing that quest? Like going out of my way to do that quest? Especially if that quest is like later on down the path. Wait, is this Tunnel A or this? I see 3. No, this has got to be Tunnel A or Tunnel 4. There's 3 exits. This all looks too familiar. It's less about the actual like water cost, Geronimo. It's more about the fast travel drone cost and the time. Like I would say, like by and large, because water has no other use, you don't need to care about water. I'm not really. I don't feel the pressure of like, hey, downtown costs 10 water, because water's not used for anything else, right? Like you have to meet certain requirements for crafting, but you only need to meet it while you're crafting them. For the first time, it's just like just a check on when you start the crafting that you have that much water. So like the actual costs in regards to maps for water don't affect me in any way. It's the rare resource, which is the fast travel drones, and the time requirement if you don't use them. Oh no, the tunnels are very much overtuned in regards to loot. Yeah, I mean the current water system is like a stopgap, but like, I don't know. If they're not willing to get rid of the IRL timers for things, you can't really do anything with water. All right, everyone. Listen to. All right. I don't like using Streamer Cloud, but let's. I mean, to be fair, Jeff is very aware of my opinions on the IRL timer, and I've told him about turn-based before. But I think if we get maybe a cult following of like killing the turn-based or the IRL timer, maybe it might work. I don't know. I don't really want to do. I never want to force the devs to do something that they really do not want to do. Right? That feels kind of wrong. The way I want this to happen, right, is I want him to like organically realize that maybe the IRL timer is not a good thing. I don't want him to like begrudgingly get rid of the IRL timer for crafting because like the audience demands it. It's for your own good. Get rid of the fucking IRL timer. Because like at the end of the day, this is their game, and if they want to shoot themselves in the foot and like do their own design, then hey, maybe they should, and maybe it will turn out better when they fully realize it, right? When they fully like do their full game. Maybe the IRL crafting timer is for the best, but I'm not seeing it right now. I don't see it at all. I cannot see the vision. I would say, Geronimo, I can even understand the IRL timer from a business perspective if it needed to exist to promote monetization. Like, I can even understand that, right? Like, I can get behind that and be like saying, yeah, it sucks, but like, a company needs to monetize, and this is how they do it, right? They give you an arbitrary weight that makes you want to pay money to skip it. I can sure, it sucks for gamers, right? But I can understand too why it needs to exist. In this capacity, though, I don't understand it at all, because it's not doing that. It serves no purpose outside of making you wait for no reason at all. They're not trying to monetize your wait. There's nothing in game that punishes you for waiting. There's no context to the wait. Favorite food? Overall or just like recently? There's definitely one thing I will say actually there's probably two things I'll say, for overall. Recently. Favorite food recently. I would say I really like Thai drunken noodles. If you've never had like spicy Thai drunken noodles, they're so fucking good. I could eat that like every night consistently and be okay with it. The actual noodles for Thai drunken noodles are so fucking good. I don't know why. Boys, we did it. And I would say, generally speaking, like a very homey meal to me that my mom made a lot when I was growing up was not Hungarian goulash. It's important. American goulash. They're very different. Like, they're not remotely the same. So don't get confused. When I say goulash, I typically mean, if I'm referring to Hungarian goulash, I will usually say Hungarian goulash. In this particular instance, I mean American goulash. There's regular goulash in from my upbringing. And I imagine too, for like most Europeans, when they hear the term goulash, they probably think Hungarian. Thanks, Nax. I didn't go crazy over it. I suddenly don't want to die anymore. Don't know why. We did our 2 deaths getting fast travel drones to go to Tunnels 4. They are like, there's a lot of difference between Hungarian goulash and American goulash. American goulash is more of a pasta dish. Hungarian goulash is much more of like a stew. A very hearty stew that's like not really a stew. But like the simplest way I'll put it is like Hungarian goulash is more like a stew, American goulash is more of a pasta dish. Whoa, Lich. I have never thought about banning someone in my chat before, but you are getting so very close. How dare you besmirch American goulash? That shit was amazing. You make a lot of it too, so like you usually like refrigerate it also, so like it's a meal not just for a day, it's a meal for like multiple days. I think you could probably get by with concrete powder in your goulash. That just means you're biased. All right, are you downtown? Landry, but here's I think that's a false equivalency though, or like a non sequitur, right? I don't consider the IRL timer to be a hardcore mechanic. That's the fuck Babel. Also, okay. Like, I don't see the equivalency there of like a hardcore mechanic and the IRL timer. Like, that doesn't feel hardcore to me. Like, asking a game to be your sole attention isn't hardcore. It's just tedious. Like, you can make your game, for example, like Elden Ring, right? You can consider Elden Ring a pretty hardcore game, right? Like, it's a punishing, hard game. It doesn't have shit like that. Hold on, I'm being dumb. Ow, maybe don't stand in steam. I will actually say too, God damn it. I really do genuinely like Mexican food also. And like a fancier dish I usually prefer when Mexican is a stuffed pepper. Okay, this is what I mean too. Like this is like I did definitely raise these pipes, these wires as being an issue. Like there is like like the mantling for these pipes is or these wires is weird, right? You typically cannot mantle a lot of these wires with the first jump. You generally have to jump and mantle again. Like for there, right, I only had to jump once. But that bottom wire was such a weird angle I was approaching it from that I had to jump and mantle. And small stuff like that will have players say the movement is bad. And I can't blame them, right? It is like weird and obtuse. Bennett here, that's probably because the triggers are off damage. This is the first time they've really leaned into more ambient ways of taking damage, Bennett here. And so that system that probably goes off of... That system that goes off of only damage itself is, you know, a little bit quirky in this capacity. God, those guys are fucking tanky. You can't have my concrete powder, it's mine. Oh no, it's just a quirk, yeah. Not a big deal. Yeah, I don't want to go to Babel. Take me somewhere nice. I mean, if you're looking for a Stalker 2, I wouldn't necessarily say this game is going to, like, fulfill you. I would say if, like, you finish Stalker 2 and you want more Stalker, go play the OGs or play Anomaly or Gamma. I'm not really sure if this game, like, I can't... It might fill that itch for you. I can't say it will, though. Alright, we see there's an extract over there. There's not one over here. Okay, we'll go down. Yeah, I've seen that, like, I haven't played Stalker 2 since the release, and, like, the few hotfixes afterwards, so it's probably due for me to go back to and see if they fixed it or not. Like all modded games, like any modded game, it can be as big as you want it to be. Come download the 8K texture pack for Stalker Anomaly. I fucking hate this tile set actually coming into here. Yeah, there's a patrol up there. This coming in from this angle is always so sketch. Yeah, apparently lots of the rare units can spawn in tunnels. It's just kind of just RNG.
Eyes on us. Spread out.
I think I'm killing you guys. Alright, I won. That was a lot of shells to do that, but I won. Alright, please be downtown. Please don't be the other map. Okay, thank God. No, there's not HKs in tunnels. You can kill as much as you want without being punished. Okay, got meds, got ammo. I'm pretty okay.
In the event of my death.
Are you talking about the N1 Bennett's here to get the good ending? the ending, like the amount of fucking monolith you have to kill to get the good ending is ludicrous. Yeah, they like on the actual CCP fight, you can just, oh sorry, the outside fight is just a run through, right? But like, yeah, inside there's a lot of fighting. Not as much as I remember though. The big one though that I forgot about, right, was the third ending, or the good ending. The good ending, you have to kill so many monolith. Like it is like, I want to say like maybe like 15 to 20 arenas back to back of just killing monolith. And so when I say monolith 2, I also mean monolith RPGs and Gauss rifles. So like monolith where if you don't know where they spawn, they can one-shot you if you're not in good armor. Granted, at that point you should probably be in exo armor or better, or like the equivalent of non-exo armor, but like, it can be so thoroughly rough. The actual like endings for Stalker 2 in comparison are comically easy. There was only one part of Stalker 2's ending that was actually hard, and it was against what the Stone Squad was called. I can't remember what, there was some like monolith squad in the ending that was like a real pain in the ass to deal with, because it puts you in a really shit spot to fight them. Yeah, Granite Squad, there we go, that's what they were called, Granite Squad. They're giant pain in the ass. Especially, I think they nerfed them, right? But like on launch, it was brutal. You're not gonna have anything I want in you. The Scar fight was weird because the Scar fight had a gimmick to it, right? Where it's like, it didn't do a good job of just like explaining the gimmick beforehand. I mean, it made it pretty clear. Like, I definitely I failed the Scar fight the first time and then realized it was a gimmick fight. And like the second time I went through it pretty easily. But no, the Scar fight is hard the first time because it's a gimmick. Oh no, Pixel. Like the Exos and Orgas and all of them being very, very slow is very weird to me.
Whittle them down and we can break out.
I don't feel very safe. Ooh, hello. I really actually, I'm not gonna go this way. I don't really feel safe going this way. I don't feel safe going anyway. Everyone, I have to announce I have concrete powder. Leave me alone. I said, why you no listen? I think it's fine. Like, there's no, like, there's a few areas of maps that are really bad, but on the most part, it's fine. I've never really had a big issue with performance, though, so I can't speak on it all that much. Downtown is still one of those maps that has issues with, like stutters here and there, but they've done a better job with it hello? Oh, you're dead. They've done a better job with it. Yeah, it depends on your specs too. Like UE5 does require a certain like level, and it's also the problem is too, like, it's one of those things where the fuck? You can't. UE5 is a unique engine in the regards that you can't just focus solely on the CPU or GPU. You kind of need to have a balanced system. Like if you have a very GPU headed like loaded machine, the game is gonna like ask you to do certain CPU related tasks that's going to make you suffer. And then vice versa, right? If your CPU's up to the task but your GPU's not, you're also going to suffer. And generally speaking, when people are doing like budget machines, they'll usually skimp on the CPU to get a better GPU, and that will like, in UE5 games, right, that will screw you over pretty hard. But it's gotten better in time. If you haven't played for a very long time, you might want to consider it again. Because they have been doing like fixes here and there to make, you know, it better, but it's still got issues here and there. Yeah, at this point, I'm not even sure if you'd be buying new or you'd be buying like the last gen, but yeah, buying like new GPUs is definitely rough. If you're having 20 FPS on those specs, there's something wrong with your machine, probably. It could be the game, but I would actually go look for something wrong with your machine. Like, if you're having low FPS, there's something sus going on. I mean, you'd be surprised, like I've had people like have specs like that and say their machine, their game's running poorly. And like the problem is like modern hardware asks a lot of certain BIOS settings now, where a lot of consumers are having to learn what the hell the BIOS is. Like, I've had plenty of people who don't have XMP on. For those who aren't familiar, if you're in DDR5 for your computer, go make sure XMP is on. It will still affect you. You can always just go check it too, even if you're not DDR5. But like, XMP is going to make your memory faster, generally speaking, if it's not running at full capacity, which will definitely help with some CPUs, especially AMD CPUs. AMD CPUs really want fast memory. I don't really care about the water too much, John, because water has no other context outside of that. Like, the only checks you really have to do with water is, like, I think stay above 16 or 18. Thanks, Sammy, for the clarification. Yeah, XMP or the other one for AMD. Yeah, it's the fast travel drones that are actually the pain point here. Like, water actually has, like, really no major costs at all. Or, like, if there was, like, let's say, for example, there was IRL water drain still, which is not, but, like, then you would probably feel the pain of saying, like, this map costs me 10 days of water. That doesn't exist anymore. I mean, you're still gonna run into the fast travel drone bottleneck first. Like, I mean, you guys are welcome to your opinions. I think the fast travel drone's way more of an issue than the water is ever going to be. Now, if they add more stuff to use water with, then maybe I'll change my opinion, right? But in the current game, I really don't view it as a problem at all from a water perspective. The key thing though is their Pixel is they require, right? When they require it, do they actually require you to maintain it to get the benefit from it, or they just require it for the first time creation of it, right? I'm pretty sure it's only the latter. So, like, you only need to have that baseline water to craft it, and then once you craft it, you're fine. There's no, like, upkeep costs or anything like that. I'm not saying there should be either. I'm just saying that, like, it's just a front flat check. You're running for water, Emilius? I've been running for water forever. I rarely pick up water anymore.
Have you got some sort of plan?
And to be fair, I think that's I mean, once again, I think that's an issue that's highlighted by like having these long, hour-plus long journeys through the tunnels, right? Is that like, there is no point for you to cache anything. And I do think that should change, for example, right? Like, that's the whole point of like having these like mini innards in between maps potentially. Is like, hey, let's say, for example, you spend some time building out these mini innards, right? Like these mini scav camps, right? And say, for example, you build some upgrade that lets you automatically ferry back some things back to the innards. Like, essentially, like, let's say, for example, there's a thing called a scav crate, and you can stockpile stuff in that scav crate, like, maybe only, like 5-6 items, right? Maybe, like, one large item, a few other items here, maybe you can upgrade it with time. And then, like, say you finish with, like, the Scorched Enclave, right? You can cache some stuff in there, and then send some of it back to the innards. Not everything, just a few things. Yeah, I'm not sure if they should be in map, though, Pixel, or in between maps. I think there should be some buy-in, though, of like, hey, you're leaving the map, now you can do that. Not, hey, use this drone constantly over and over again and send stuff back. You could have it go back to, I would rather there be natural stopping points in between maps for players to chill out and rejoin. Because the other issue I'm gonna highlight with this too, is the current problem with if the host dies. Or if you're, like, let's say, for example, it's you and 3 other friends who are playing this game. And you're like, and one of them dies in raid, and it's super, like, they fall to their death, so you can't get the body, you can't pick them up. They're just gone. Is that friend now fucked? Like, let's say, for example, you were planning on doing the whole run from, like, Tunnel A to downtown. You're, like, your friend is now fucked, so either, like, you guys have to go back to the innards and get him again, or he's just done for the day. He doesn't get to play with you guys anymore. And all of those options just feel awful to me, right? So, like, why not have, like, innards, like, areas in between where you can have clear, natural ways for players to rejoin or the host to respawn? And if you want to add costs to have that feature too, like, you can actually make it too where that, like, that might actually cost, like, upgrades or money to do that, right? It would probably be hard to contextualize that, but, like, it would be a nice feature to have.
Well, we're still here. Count something.
Active matter of the game, I have not. And yeah, and Mystic too. Like, in regards to that, it's like one of the first things you do in BIOS. There's plenty of gamers nowadays, like, not even nowadays, like, it's always been the case too, right? Where they're gamers, they're not very technically minded, and they're not very, like, hardware minded or, like, just, like, performance minded too. So, like, they'll buy their computer from, like, iBuyPower, or they'll buy their computer from, like, some other vendor, and they'll get it, and that will be it. Or if they buy it, maybe they'll build their own computer too. Like, sometimes things like that don't come enabled. They should be, but sometimes they don't. Where is it at? Where are you? I know you're here somewhere. I picked you up. There we go. It's beautiful. And a bunch of guns. We're so close. We're so close. I mean, who doesn't like chewing rocks, Bennett here? They're good for your teeth, right? I need motors. Can I make motors? No, I need bolts and machine parts, which I've never seen before in my life. We're going back. We're going back to Tunnels 4. Let's go over to a different gun. No. No. I always thought like 9mm is not probably the worst idea too, because you find a lot of 9mm in the tunnels. I have 14 rounds of 9mm. Can I kitch you out? Let's make you fancy. God, it's so big. Suppressor? You go buy a suppressor for this. Alright, should be off Aramaki, I think. Muzzle device should be like a short, stubby one. Suppressed. Is it off Grillo instead? Oh, there it is. It's a 40k bolter, but it's in 9mm. There we go. Beautiful. Let me go buy some 9mm too while I'm here. What do you mean, what on earth? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about, Meditaire. We can drop a few of these, I don't think. That's plenty. Are you making fun of my gun? How inconsiderate. Alright, so I need to find quests for any of the maps, really. Ooh, recovery drone. Sure, why not? We can get rid of you because we're starting at Tunnels 4 anyway, so we don't need you. So ideally, all downtown quests. I don't want to do that. I want downtown quests. That's a pretty easy one. Scroll down, and we go back. Come on. Downtown quests. Not cracked open. I believe in you, Gabe. John, they don't exist. If you're thinking that these lines here mean that Tunnel A and Tunnel B connect, you would be wrong. Maybe that's supposed to exist eventually, but the way the maps work right now is you need to go to Tunnel A to one of these two maps. That will take you to Tunnel B. That will take you to one of these three. That will take you to Tunnel C, and then so on and so forth. There's currently no way of going from Tunnel A to Tunnel B to Tunnel C to Tunnel D. The line here is entirely misleading. I raised that in the patch video, and hopefully they'll either remove them or add the feature to actually go to different tunnels in. But yeah, no, right now they, it is definitely a little bit misleading. If you do not see the extract on the top of your compass, it does not exist. Thanks, Dragon. I do agree too. It would shave off a lot of unnecessary time. Technically speaking, Dragon, actually, like, not Dragon, Geronimo, the way I would kind of... I wouldn't mind if there was some randomness to it, right? The way they've currently structured it is very structured. The whole idea of, like, the chaos of tunnels makes me think it should almost shift in a way, right? Like, what tunnels lead to what maps changes over time, or changes, like, after certain thresholds. And you make it, like, not, like, full random, but weighted, perhaps. Like... I don't want the journey between the maps to be always the same, right? I want them to be some contrasts, like with, once again, I want to see things change over time. All right, we don't need medical supplies at all. We're looking for concrete powder or concrete accessories. Parachute game. Well, not even that, just like Geronimo, like keep in mind Geronimo 2, like the whole like canon of this game also is like, hey, there's constantly like every night a shift that goes on that a bunch of like bots come in on and like rebuild maps or rebuild terrain or rebuild things, right? So like the whole idea is like, hey, the tunnels are shifting because these like corrupted AI constructing bots are coming by and then rebuilding things and tearing them down and rebuilding things. Come on, concrete. Come on, baby. Give me some concrete. Damn it. Alright, might be a spawn here. Why are you so quiet? Why do you have, like, no sound effects to your movement? I should be able to hear you before I see you, I feel like. What's over yonder? Just dead? Yeah, dead end. Good old mask man upskirts. I thought they fixed this bug too, but I guess they didn't. They'll never fix this bug. It's gonna go to the way of the pot shot. They'll never be able to fix it. The mask man booty. Okay, this is a trophy room or like a loot room, so there might be some concrete powder in here. It's just it's a common trend between all the units in the game is they don't really have great ambient sound effects when they're not in combat. So like when they're running around, they're pretty quiet. When they're like just doing like standing still, there's not a lot of ambient audio. They need some ambient SFX just like for when they're not doing anything or just like chilling or just walking around or running around. Like cyborgs are deceptively quiet too. Their cyborgs can run up on you and start smacking the shit out of you without making a single fucking sound. Oh no, I've died to the Exo multiple times, Pepper. Yeah, no, there's like a spawn or two of Exos. Like Exos seem broken this patch because they'll spawn, but they'll just stand still until they're activated, and then like they'll just like knock you down, then beat the living shit out of you, and you die. I have died twice though this far from that patch, of just like the ninja Exo, making absolutely no sound until they start shooting you in the back. Lots of drone parts, but no concrete yet. I will say, this might be self-sustainable once you put the input in. Now, it's going to cost probably more water than you... Like, this will actually be a drain on water, because I don't think I'm... Like, you could maybe bring the rack in, but that wouldn't work out very well. Because, like, so, okay, this costs... Hey, Jay. This costs 9 water to come to here, but it seems like as long as we're looting enough on this map, we get enough materials to craft a new fast travel drone. And so the only cost is about 6 to 9 water if we bring nothing out. Jay, it's good. It's got issues like every update, but like overall, it's probably the best update we've had so far, especially in terms of content. Yeah, fast travel drones are single use, correct. And generally they're pretty expensive, but like, I think we'll get by. Yeah, I mean, they're expensive, Dragon, but wait, what I'm basically saying is that like, if you're willing to loot on the map you skip to, like, I would actually say you're probably better off skipping to Tunnel 4 and not going to a map because it's cheaper fast travel drone wise, and like the loot pool seems heavy enough here where you're probably going to get back your cost to rebuild that drone you just made or just used. Dominic, they're working. I think they're working on an updated demo for the game, so you can wait for that maybe. It depends. Like that's like my general spiel, right? When someone asks me that, is it depends, because like personally, I have a I am perfectly very fine with early access games, and this is very much an early access game. This is not a game using early access as a way of like doing very quick bug fixing before a launch. This is a game truly in early access. If you fuck with the setting and the vibe a lot of the game, I would say pull the trigger. But like if $20 is a lot to you and you really want a complete experience or a polished experience, I would say hold off. If you get frustrated easily from like bullshit deaths, I would say hold off. If you were okay with an early access experience, yeah, pull the trigger. There you go. How would you do a trial though, Gonrad? Would you just say like, hey, you get to play for 90 minutes and then you're done?
Everyone for themselves.
Yeah, Geronimo, I'm not sure how aggressive the original pricing is, Geronimo, but like, keep in mind, for some people, $20 is a lot more than like, I personally would say I've been conditioned where $20 is not a lot to me. Some people it is though, especially when it comes to entertainment. I would imagine Pixel to be something like that. Yeah, it's gonna be the first loop. Yeah, I saw the blow from that actually. I actually need to go, Geronimo, and go cancel a few of mine also. Like, they're doing the bullshit thing, right? Where like to bump up quarterly revenue, they're just increasing sub prices as opposed to like they've realized that they've reached kind of their, without doing a lot more work on their end, they realize that they have like hit the saturation that like bringing in new users is going to cost a lot more money and a lot more effort than probably they want to do. And so they're just trying to do like the how do we increase profits when we're not really growing anymore. And they're doing the lazy approach of saying, hey, we're going to charge you more money. And lots of companies have been doing that recently, so I need to go do mine too. I need to go start Xing out some of my old subscriptions, feel like, because they just raised prices. Actually, what they're gonna do, Beep Beep, is they're going to make the demo where it gives you concrete powder out of every single container, but your demo progress does not transfer over to your real game progress. So they're actually going to like give you tons and tons and tons of concrete powder. Mello, they basically said they're not going to. The skins and like the trinkets we get occasionally are like the most we're possibly ever going to get, but full like character customizations is like outside the scope of what they can do in a reasonable time frame. Oh, 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 it's beautiful. I think this might be the play, is just use the income from Tunnels 4 to go back to Tunnels 4. Okay, and I will say too, like, this is the important thing also of just like, hey, having good loot isn't about having the loot itself like have a cool fancy name. It's more just about having it have context, right? The context is what matters so much in regards to things like this, right? It's why, like, if I can't understand the context of something, I'm going to usually criticize it, right? It's like, why do you exist? All right, where's the goddamn XO? I know you're here, right? Yeah, I'm in Tunnel D. Fucking drones. Don't you put that evil on me, Lurking? Don't you put that evil on me? Don't you wish that on anyone? No, there's lots of spawns that drones will get stuck in for sure. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I don't usually bother with that, Troy, though. I generally don't try to do many exploits on stream. In fact, weren't you were Babel, right? Were you? I think this was actually, no, I think this was down. This I believe, I recall correctly, this is, I think this is Underground Cemetery, which we do not want to go to, but I'm just gonna check. I mean, I have cheat software off stream to do recordings with. I've used it on stream like once or twice to like show certain things off. But like I have full like basically it's not cheat software, it's Unreal Engine Unlocker, so it's more camera software as opposed to cheat software. But you can do things that are very cheatery, like for example, like stop the AI from functioning. But it is essentially cheat software. Go back the way we came. There is actually that down there we didn't explore yet, I think, too. There's actually, yeah, let's go down. Is it right here, I think? Yeah, there it is. Some of them do drag. I think some more than other. Like this is like one of my favorite rooms, and this is like my favorite tile set in the game and tunnels, because this is like the contrast. Like I do think they don't really do a good job of exploring more claustrophobic spaces. It's good, mellow. I usually stick between 60 and 80 on most maps. There are occasional dips here and there. We'll go to 50, but like if you ever see like FPS stuttering on stream and it's not like my internet shitting out, that usually means it's like a part of the map that's bad, and there's a few of those. But no, I do really like hope they explore. We have, I love the big open areas, and I really like the small areas too. We don't really have a lot of small areas where like they're claustrophobic. I imagine it might be an issue of pathfinding, like they don't want to have units have to pathfind into there. But if they use them sparingly, I think that's perfectly fine, right? As like an ambiance sort of piece. Like the goal of like the tight spaces isn't necessarily for like gameplay purposes or like rather having fights happen in those tight spaces, but more of like the ambiance of those spaces, right? You say that, Nevius. We've gotten 3 so far in this run, and I'm now terrified of dying. I'm kind of thinking, did we just say fuck going to downtown? I mean, Babel is kind of probably worse. Downtown's probably the easiest to survive, actually. Like, Cemetery is kind of easy, but you can get really unlucky in Cemetery. Babel is entirely just fucking no. Let me go through tunnels 4 to get to fucking Babel so I can get murdered by drone hell. Let me up. Oh, there's lots of different things. Like, I do think they probably rushed us out pretty early. They don't have a whole lot going off in the skybox, right? Like, we are literally a map floating in the void. They've put some tunnels above, like they put some props above and some props below, and a few props at the side. But by and large, there's Orgamech I gotta be memorable about. Be very cautious about the Orgamech. What was I saying? They've put props here and there, like it's props in the skybox, but by and large, the skybox is very empty. We are just like floating in the void. He does not see the flashlight. We're okay.
All signs point to death here.
I mean, technically that's all maps game shift, but like the maps do a much better job of hiding it than this map. Wait, you're a dead end. You... Oh, if you didn't play it for like half a year, Drake, or longer, the game's actually gotten harder for sure. Generally speaking, for a lot of their earlier patches, they were constantly buffing the damage of units and accuracy of units. I'm gonna take the fall L here. That wasn't too bad. Just get around this asshole. Yeah, I think the main problem, Jay, is the density of maps on the surface maps. The surface maps are so very dense in regards to combat that doesn't give you a lot of spaces to sneak through. So you're generally kind of forced to just murder shit. Blood, you want me to risk you with 3 concrete powder?
Keep it together, hang.
Is that what you would do?
Keep it together.
Would you take that risk? Hey, Kuda. They kinda can be. I don't really find them worthwhile. Like, they kind of do their job, but yeah, they've always had an issue aim in regards to level design and like having paths for players to sneak through. That has historically been an issue in regards to like just the level design of the game, as they just don't generally provide you lots of sneaky paths to use. I hear you. Are you stuck up there? I think you're stuck up there. Geronimo's actually a intel agency or intel agent. Geronimo's an intel agent for China or Russia, trying to get people to leak info on the War Thunder forums. He's very good at his job, apparently. Very good at his job. And Pepper, that becomes like part of the level design too, right? Where like the game kind of presents, like the game presents to you like obstacles where really the best way most of the time is just to kill things. And I wouldn't say it's necessarily a question of like that guy or not that guy. It's more of a question of providing alternate solutions to problems. And by and large, the easiest solution with the less friction and the highest chance of success is almost always just killing things. Like, I could have done a loop-de-loop to go around them, but why take that risk? When I can get the jump on them for sure and make sure they die and I win. I am using a PP-19 or VTAS along with a AA-12. So the goddamn wall. Were you Babel or were you? I think this is fucking Babel again. This is 100% Babel. I went the wrong way. Yeah, fuck it. I don't want to go to Babel. Oh, Nevius, I've seen it before. I know what you're referring to. Don't you put that evil on me? How dare you say that to me? Okay, I am now remembering the path we took to get to fucking downtown. It's gonna be to the left of here. There's the respawn. Punishing me for not going the right path. Good old fucking mask man ass. Was it up? I think this is a dead end though, right? Am I crazy? Yeah, it's a dead end. I'm pretty sure I went this way. I think it was across the way, perhaps? Was it? This takes me back to... Okay, I know what. Yeah, this takes me back to the main, like, the shanty area. There'll be 2 drones I need to kill. Or 1 drone, maybe 1 drone stock. And I'll go to the left this way, and that will get me out. Brother, I talk to myself all the fucking time. This is not weird. Well, it's not weird for me. I don't like the fact that it's doing the animation below the fucking wall there. Or the thing there. I swear to fucking God, if you grab me to the goddamn floor, I'm gonna lose my shit. Yeah, that'd be nice. I mean, we already have the functionality to like use custom skins. I feel like you should probably be able to select your variant. Yeah, there it is. There's that's downtown right there. I just heard an aggro noise. Fucking drones! Where are you? I hear you, I don't see you. Is it the fucking fire? Where is your bitch ass? There you are. Alright, we're good. Fucking drone. Oh yeah, fuck Babel. I mean, to be fair, fuck drones in general, but... they're kind of derpy right now. They have this knack for, like, the cluster grenade will do lots of stagger, but not a lot of damage. So it can be kind of useful. Like, if you time your grenade throw along with shooting the enemy, you can kind of stagger the whole squad, but it doesn't really do a good job of killing anything. So they're kind of useful. The Scrambler ones, I don't think they affect HKs, but like they apparently do affect. The only thing I know that they actually affect are the reputation. I also think I think they're supposed to stop you from aggroing additional squads. So like right now, oh sorry, in the original game before they patched it out or changed it, right? If you shot a squad, the most you could aggro is that squad in particular. It's a bit deeper than that now. You essentially aggro any friendly infantry close to them now, including them. So if there's 3 squads next to each other, if you shoot one squad, all 3 of them will aggro. I believe the Scrambler grenade reverts it back to its original, like, version, where essentially when you shoot a squad, even if it's in proximity to other squads, it will only aggro that squad. But I think the biggest problem, if I recall correctly, is it doesn't affect you spawning HKs. So, like, if you gun down a squad of Europans, like, it doesn't do anything in regards to HKs in that capacity. You'll still have the issue of HKs. It does that too, but I also believe it does the additional thing on top of that. Yeah, that should be downtown.
We should have chosen another exit.
Alright, we got a few quests to do here. We have sewer plans, which I think is the big office building that's destroyed. He's over there, and then extract. At this point, I don't really care about looting all that much because we have tons of shit. I'm actually kind of sketched by going to Riptide, to be honest. Riptide has an issue of, like, the scav respawns there are super aggressive. Oh, that's weird, Pepper. That's very weird. And drones, dude. No, 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 no! Why would you mantle? Dear game, just because I want to jump on a railing so I can actually shoot over it does not mean I want to mantle. This has been a reoccurring problem throughout so many elements of the game. Yeah, good old rip concrete powder. Death by mantling. Because the context is that the same thing to mantle is the same thing to jump, and they really shouldn't be. Game, sometimes I would like, that's actually like, Death Dragon, I wouldn't say it's brain fart though. Like, yes, I should have known better, but like, I need to just bring pneumatic jump. I should not rely on mantling. The problem is I should just not rely on mantling in this game. I should just use P-jump because P-jump is better. I can actually jump on a railing with P-jump. I can't do that with the current, like, you can do it, but you have to do it in a weird way. You have to make sure you do it at that sharp angle so you don't actually jump over the ledge. Oh no, it happens all the time. Like, this is not the first time I've died from doing that. It happens at least once a month. And then I just remember that I should always have P-jump on. I mean, Pixel, I know you're saying that facetiously, but you're kind of not wrong. That's kind of how it feels like you need to apparently voice complaints. I hate saying this, everyone, and I'm not saying this is necessarily 100% true. And I hate saying this because it directly hurts them. But the best way to get your complaint noticed is through a negative review. And the problem is, the reason why I don't like saying that is because their review status, like their percentage of reviews, if it hits the different thresholds, severely hurts their bottom line. No, well, it helps them, but also hurts them, Geronimo. That's why, because like if they fall behind, like when they lose certain threshold statuses, they can directly see the impacts on their sales. Like when they go from very positive to mostly positive to mostly, I think like going from mostly positive to mixed is going to hurt their bottom line. It's why I do not like saying, hey, go leave a negative review if you have a complaint about the game, because it hurts them directly. But in this particular instance, like, if that's the medium in which you need to use to actually see your feedback get heard, well, I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, the pipes themselves do have that threshold too, where like, if you get too close to the side, it's an unrecoverable death.
We should have chosen another exit.
Now, I will say, it didn't hurt as bad, because we did fast travel to D, right? See ya, go. So it wasn't like the end of the world, but imagine, for example, if we spent, like, if we went through tunnel A to B to C to D and then had that happen. Well, Pixel, you realize that and there was a time period, right, where the bug channel and the feedback channel were the same channel and they broke them out? That was so they could actually pay attention to the important channel, the bug channel, and let feedback fester. I'm not saying that's exactly what, like, they didn't, this is me making assumptions, right? This is me making the, like, a vibe check, basically. But that's definitely the feeling I got from them. Or I get from the whole thing. Not specifically by them, but just the whole thing, right? Like, the whole breakout of the feedback channel definitely, from bugs and reporting, definitely felt like a, hey, we need less feedback shit in our bug channel. And so now it never gets looked at. And I get it too, right? They don't have a community manager anymore. They're busy. They don't have time to shift through endless, hey, have you fixed integrated suppressors yet? Or hey, go add this particular gun I like a lot. Or hey, add this entire rework of a system. I understand why they don't, but if you're putting your, like, complaints in feedback, like, it might be going unnoticed because there's so much trash in feedback. Like, bless your guys' hearts, but when your feedback post is, hey, add this gun to the game, that's not a constructive or interesting or valid feedback post, right? It is junk, to be quite frank. Now, if you can condense that thing of, like, hey, you know, the guns in the game aren't doing it for me for X, Y, and Z, and this one does, that's different. They got laid off. I'm not sure, I don't know the exact details. It wasn't them getting fired. I know that. That's the only thing I can really say. No, fired is the wrong word. Fires assume some incompetency or some malice or something wrong. They, at the very most, I can say they were laid off. They were not fired. All right, let's look for some concrete powder here. Everyone yell at Pixel in chat. Make him feel terrible. I'm just kidding, don't do that. I mean, yeah, but there is that kind of thing, right, where, like, hey, you're trying to get hired. The cloud of you being fired hits a bit differently than you being laid off. That'd be almost too strong, Nevius, right? Like, in a way, like, if there would be, I think, some perverse incentives there, Nevius, to, like, just have you do intentional suicide runs, not planning to survive, because you know your shit's gonna get brought back by a recovery drone. I much prefer the idea of, like a if they had something along the lines of a scav camp, right, in between maps, they can offload a lot of the shit to there. Like, or like they can provide ways of you caching some loot there, right? Like, say, you know, we're doing multi-raid now. We need to provide some way where, like, you can drop off some high value stuff or, like, drop off a few things in between runs. And, like, that's the problem is too, is like there's so much depth they can do stuff like that with that, but the problem is always the IRL stuff too. Like, I mean, okay, if they really wanted to do it right, they could, in a way, say, like, hey, we're gonna give you the ability to have these, like, intermediate, like, scav camps, like these rest sites in between maps, we're gonna let you upgrade them, and we're gonna let you, like, say, for example, have a drone or have something ferry back stuff from a stockpile there back to the innards, and they could have that be timer based. You guys know I hate IRL timers, but I am saying if I would rather have the system with the IRL timer than not have the system at all. So like all things, right, I'm willing to work within the bounds of a box if I have to. I will still critique the box for being there, but I would much rather have it exist. So like what they can do, like, you know, we can drop off, let's say for example this box holds like 10 items. So in between maps we can cache 10 items to be sent back to the innards, and it will take time for that to get sent back to the innards. It might take a day, might take hours, maybe you can make it quicker, stuff like that, right? Maybe you can pay for certain different services, like maybe you're actually paying scavengers to bring it back to your innards, and they might charge you water based on how quick you wanted to do it. There's lots of design space there, and if it has to be high roll timer based, well, I would take that over nothing. You could do a mule too, like the mule could be the slow option too, Mr. Grooves, like the free and slow option could be the mule, stuff like that. But providing some way of giving you like some progression, that's generally like honestly, what I'm describing is peak roguelite. Like what I'm describing is like the peak ways in which you make sure players progress through your game eventually. It is a safety valve saying, hey, no matter what, you will eventually make forward progress because this mechanic exists. You could. I mean, the Nevius, the reasons I hid it before, though, is the exact reasons why I want a scav camp and not just the drone I'm talking about, right? Like, I want a way for you to have players rejoin. I want a way for you to take a break and not get punished by a map reset. I want a mini innards or a scav camp so they can add meaningful consequence and have you lose progress as opposed to lose innards progress. It's like we already have, like, the water thief raid. Game. Fucking stagger, dude. I want a way, like, the water thief mechanic exists, right? Like, the water thief raid to the innards base exists. I want it to, like, it would feel much less punishing for for progression to be lost if it doesn't affect your main progression but affects your side progression. Like, you can do much more aggressive shit to people's optional, like, side bases if you don't do it to their main base. And, like, you can make it a bit less forgiving when it's not their main branch. And I'm not saying to get rid of, like, any threat to the innards at all, but just you can make the innards ones much rarer or much more high risk, but much more opt-in. All right, where are we? Do I want to do? Sure, we'll do the Scar, why not? We'll go crazy. I'm pretty sure the way they've done it is that a lot of stagger is just a damage threshold. Like they're like, I don't have ammo for that actually. What do I have? 545? Yeah, 545. So it seems like stagger for the players is just a damage threshold. And so like it just strictly depends on that. Do I not really have the drum mag for this? Hold on, is Aramaki, like, who? Or do I just, like, not have, I have, it's level 50, it should be unlocked. Can I not buy that anymore? Well, it might be the RPD one. Hold on. Parts, magazine. Yeah, I have H. It's Nitro Express is an ammo type. It just doesn't have it in game for whatever reason. Might be because of actual intent. I am not familiar with a game called Let It Die, Nomad. I really haven't been looking at new games. I sell him shit. Like, it's like, once you start accruing lots of shit, it's pretty easy. Granted, for newer players, it's much harder. Like, if you're a newer player, it's way harder now, but like, if you are an older player, you have tons of shit accrued. Alright, do I need a backup gun? Probably not. I could just, fuck it, just the problem solver. What the hell is going on outside? I'm gonna start at Mesa so I can just go straight to Tunnel B. I'm not sure if you guys can hear that, but like there's like a weird fucking banging going on outside. I have noise suppression on, so you probably can't hear it. It's just weird as shit.
Hard to breathe up here. But the mask helps.
Yeah, it's stopping. I don't know. It's like a fucking gong or something. I don't know. It's weird. My first time ever hearing it here. It's gone now, though. It's whatever. All right. Let's just get through this map. Goddamn kids with their goddamn gongs going crazy outside. Back in my day, kids didn't fucking play with gongs outside. It's the feds with their fucking gong. All right. Some very different feds going on nowadays. Mesa is one of the best maps for sure, 100%. Frozen Swamp is still the best, but Mesa's like the next best closest map. That's a lot of fucking, that's a lot of mechs. Whole lot of mechs. Who are you shooting at? It's definitely not me. I mean, they did talk about Pepper in like the anniversary video, right? That how like that wasn't one of their focuses was like reworking old maps or expanding old maps. No, I'm not dealing with you today. If I don't reload, I get free ammo. Nevius, yeah, no, that's just, trust me, like, that's why I was so paranoid earlier about seeing the drone go under the bridge. I'm like, I know if I fucking go over this bridge, he's gonna grab me. Hey, Vinny. Alright, we're back at we're at Tunnel 2 now. I'm gonna get through here quickly, right? Thanks, Vinny, appreciate it. Just over here to the left is the way out, yeah, for sure. Oh no, yeah, the TACAM got nerfed so hard.
Eyes on us. Spread out.
Kershu lip. But did I not? I think I died with it, that's right. Thank you, Bazu, appreciate it. Whenever if you're starting a new account or a newer player, just always have suppressor on. You can buy a suppressor if you go to Aramaki, go to all attachments, and go to MZD for muzzle device. Just always make sure as a newer player you're always playing with a suppressor. Do not use the surplus guns. Buy an AK, use surplus ammo if you have to, just get some ammo, and then run with that. Do not use the stock AK, the surplus AK. Do not use an unsilenced gun. That is by and large the biggest thing. The other thing for newer players I will say too is you can leave Tunnel A and go back to the innards. It's the only tunnels in which you can do that in. And so if you're having some issues, you can go to Tunnel A for free, get some loot, and then go back to the innards. And it might be a bit grindy, but if you really want that extra safety of getting some money or getting some loot before doing anything more aggressive, you can do that only on Tunnel A. Yeah, like the current loot, the current loot in the tunnels is so aggressive. Like they give you so much in the tunnels that like if you really want to and play the game that way, you can get tons of loot in Tunnel A and then come back. Dave, what you're probably missing is a few things. I might do a tunnels video going over each tile. It might be too... There's a few different little areas, Dave, that are hard for players to see. The biggest cheat I will say, Dave, is look up. Sometimes there are elevated ways out of rooms that might not be apparent right off the rip. If I see them on this run, I'll highlight them to you. There's a few tiles like that. Not really, Draken. It used to be buggy before, and I'm not sure how buggy it is now. It weighs twice as much as regular 545, and it does give you a little bit more breathing room versus like an Orgamech or a Grabber, but not enough, I think, for its weight cost. I generally don't. I don't usually watch streams. I'll watch videos of streamers or videos of people who make content, but I generally won't watch streams. I will shout out one person who I do watch pretty consistently, and I mean, I don't think that's that surprising, Geronimo. Especially considering if you know my ticks. There is like one streamer, not streamer, but like content creator I watch religiously, and you will not know him unless you play or like watch Magic the Gathering. I do not play Magic the Gathering. I think what Hasbro's doing to WotC, or WotC's doing to the game, is fucking terrible, and I do not want to support them. But I still support this guy because like I like his content he makes. It's called Thraben U. He makes only legacy content for MTG, and he's like my go-to for like watching. I basically watch all of his content. But if you don't watch Magic the Gathering and you don't give a shit about Legacy, which I don't play Legacy because I don't have $5,000 sitting around, but it's fun content. Fucking Legacy costs, dude. There are budget there are budget Legacy decks for Magic the Gathering, but like the budget decks are like $800 to $1,000. Like you will not find a sub $100 deck usually in Legacy. That's competitive. See ya, Delta. Actually, let me go back to this room. This room is a good example of this. See beep beep. I mean, I used to like the game, but like, ever since they did The Walking Dead, like, the doomers who were dooming about the Walking Dead expansion were absolutely right. Universes Beyond was a fucking mistake. Okay, so, a big thing to note, for example, in this particular room, there's a few exits. Traditionally, one of these sides is always cut off. There'll be an entrance on this side that's not always an entrance or exit. But the big thing to notice, sometimes there'll be elevated pipes on this side here that will or will not be exits. It's important to not discredit some of these. Some of these will be exits out of the room that will actually take you places. So just keep that in mind. Typically speaking, I've noticed that like if these corridors are overly red, they'll more often be dead ends, but not all of the case. That's not the only example, Dave. I want to find, there's a certain tile set that's really, really bad in regards to this that I want to find for you. I should be able to find it. It's a pretty common tile set. Oh, it's literally this one. Okay, perfect. So as you can see, this room can get pretty foggy. However, there is a path outside of this room on the other side that you either have to jump to up here or mantle to. And this will trip up a lot of players. Actually, we're on the right side. Actually, it's over here. So in this tile set, I'll show you what it looks like on the floor in a second. There is a staircase coming up here, but across the way on the other side, there's another room leading out that you either have to jump to or mantle to. And I'll show you what it looks like on the floor. No, yeah, and the Tunnels 1 was very brutal for this because Tunnels 1 had one of the exits behind that mechanic, or behind that exit, and lots of players had issues finding it. And it's why I was mentioning too, like, once people start learning tunnels, it will be a lot better. Repeater, craft them, or Water Wars will give you one. But Water Wars is a frozen swamp map. So, like, yeah, this tile set right here, where you see these pillars in the circuit to the left, up here on the right will be another room we can mantle to. It won't always be an exit, but this is the one people miss the most. Is whenever you see this tile set, there's a way to mantle up here. And you can get up there that way or just cross that way, but yeah, this is a way out of this room that people miss all the time. Yeah, and I will say too, Repeater, if you get a few of those fast travel drones, if you do a lot of looting on Tunnel Map 4, or I think it's D, you will get your cost back for your drone that you crafted. Tunnels 4 gives you a lot of the components that you need to craft those drones. But no, that's the biggest one people miss, is that one right there. Raids are not timed. You can go AFK. Like, the only, like, typically speaking, if you find a safe spot, you're okay. But you can go AFK forever if you want. And the main thing is just finding a safe spot where enemies don't path to you. But if you find those, you can go AFK forever. There's no artificial timer. I'm not dealing with you today. Yeah, it's gonna take people some while, I think, to get used to the tile sets, but like, give it a month, and like, I like, for people complaining about tunnels, I would say give them a month and like see if they still feel the same way. Don't get me wrong, it has its issues, but like, I think a lot of the frustration right now is people just learning the tiles. Because like, the developers aren't going to give you yellow paint, like, and I don't think they should either, to be honest. But I'm not saying that this diminishes like the issues of parkour and the map tiles, though. Like, that's a separate issue. There are no hunter killers to my knowledge in the tunnels, at least yet. I hope they don't put them in here, but like, there's no current hunter killers in the tunnels. You should have gotten 2, Repeater. They gave everyone 2 right at the start of the patch. So if you haven't used them yet, you should have 2. But if you need to get, like, if you already used your 2 and you don't have any more, you would need to go craft them by crafting the base reagents or go do Water Wars. Because there is the drone crafting, but there's also the crafting for drone components. All right, we're at a dead end here, so we need to go back. Oh, yeah, she's around occasionally. She might be in the big room occasionally, like the room it would be in. She will occasionally spawn in this room down here. But you'll know once you like start the map, right? Like once you go into the room, you'll see with her courage, and then she'll be there forever. I think the drone is 3 seconds because they're not trying to double tax you. That like they're not double taxing you for drone crafting. They're not gonna charge you for both the crafting the components and also crafting the drone. In a way, it makes the actual like top tier reagents for the drones more lucrative or more enticing because it means you don't have to craft them. Well, in a way, right, it's providing an incentive, right, for like saying, hey, here's your reward for finding the high tier parts, right, is that you don't have to worry about waiting for these, right? I still don't like the IRL timer, don't get me wrong, but like, I understand it a bit more. Trust me, like, I will be careful with how you word your complaints about the crafting time of why is the drone only 3 seconds but the crafting components are 10? That's a very quick way of getting the drone a crafting timer.
Wake up, rinse and repeat.
Like, be careful of your argument here, because you might be, you know, punching yourself in the dick. All right, we've heard your complaints. We've added a crafting timer to drones also. Monkey paw curls.
Eyes on us. Spread out.
Weirdly enough, like, one of their more enticing little elements is their small little, like, door hacking minigame. I think it's pretty well done, to be honest. The door hacking minigame is, like, the perfect level of, like, just complex enough to be hard under stress, but easy enough to be thoughtless when you're not under stress at all. Like, it is like the perfect balance in my opinion of just like, oh hey, yeah, it's not very intrusive when you're not under duress. Well, actually, like, the movement in this game is very rough and it takes a while to learn, which makes it very, very rough for new players. Yeah, like you will get used to the movement, but if you're used to more traditional like shooter games and like other like that, the movement is 100% insanely rough starting out with. Blood, I think that's the reason why I would like them to see them like switch up pathings like randomly, or like have it'd be interesting if certain days like certain maps were free or like didn't have a tunnels to them, or the tunnels was like not intrusive at all. You need to be careful about balancing it because you don't want to have like days where the game doesn't say, like, it's important to make sure you balance it in a way where the game never says like, hey, today's not a day to play this map. That's like the kind of nuance you should be careful about, but like on a whole level though, like a bit more RNG of saying this map might be more incentivized to be played today than the others. It's gonna be a very hard balance, I would think, but like I do want to see like maybe some nuance like that. They're supposed to it's weird, Draken. Like they're supposed to reset every day, I think. I'm not like 100% on that. But like, I think there's not that many variants, so there's a chance it resets into the same version. Oh, you're an Orgrimmar. Hey, Snail. He can't comprehend how to climb. Can I get you to fall off, actually? That'd be dope. But I've had a few maps change over the last couple of days, but not all of them. Thanks, Booch. But like, so the way it currently works, right, is that if you do not have fast travel drones, you can go to Tunnels A, Ashen Mesa, or Scorched Enclave. The other maps are going to require a resource from you. Or they're going to require a fast travel drone, basically. And the game gives you 2 of those to start out with, which doesn't get you very, very far. You don't need to open maps every day. Like, so like, for example, if you're just starting out the game, the maps are going to be locked to you, if I recall correctly. But like, once you visit that map once, you have it unlocked forever, even through daily resets. You still need to pay the resources to go there if you want to skip the tunnels. But like, you don't have to go through the tunnels again to re-unlock them. For newer players, I generally recommend Shaman. If you really truly like want to use lots of guns, I would say Maskman. But Shaman's speed helps alleviate some of the issues of like the movement in the game for newer players, while also having the less intrusive character resets for prestiging. Some people might say Scav Girl because she is faster, but the problem with Scav Girl is you have to unlock rigs with her, which gets reset every time you prestige, which is really annoying. So I just recommend playing Shaman because he doesn't have to deal with that, and is only a little bit slower than Scav Girl. And you don't have to do the rig juggling game when you prestige with him too, which is nice. Oh no, yeah, Godspark, that would be the worst. That's fair, Bazooka. There's nothing wrong with that, right? So if you're playing for the long game, Nevius, then yeah. So like, I will generally say if you're playing for the long game, Maskman or Bagman is nice. Probably Maskman, he's a little bit faster, because you're looking to get over the 2k threshold for HP. Shaman's usually, yeah, Shaman's who I recommend, Pedro. For newer players, that's who I recommend. Mainly for speed reasons. Alright, we're good there. Oh no, the current drone spawns on tunnels are there's too many bug spawns on tunnels for drones, and the problem is the Yoruska drones do their sync kill off proximity, regardless of if they can path to you or not. And so, like, if there's a drone on the other side of the wall, technically speaking, and it wants to grab you, if it plays the sound cue and is close enough, it will kill you. Yeah, that's why I usually don't recommend Scav Girl to newer players, is because the process of like unlocking rigs and then having them locked again is insanely frustrating. And Shaman does not have that issue. Okay, so now we're back in Tunnel D now, so we should be able to do some looting here and get a lot of good stuff going on. So the reason why you want a 2K threshold is only for the grabber. I do not think the I'm pretty sure the drone does not care about thresholds for its sync kill. The only thing that cares about thresholds for sync kill is, I believe, a few of the older sync kills for like the grabber. I think a few other sync kills operate off of too, but the main one is the grabber. I do not have the rig for picking up weapons. You need a specific rig to pick up guns, which I am not currently wearing. They're also annoying to repair in my opinion, but that's a separate issue entirely. The main thing is I don't have the rig to do it. The grabber did, or you're talking about the drone? The drone, okay, the drone is. Yeah, so the drone's only proximity based. Scott, what you can try, so what you're saying is that the quest is complete when you leave the map, but you get in. Try going back, so Scott, try hitting escape and going back to like the main menu and going back to your innards. That used to be an issue you could fix with that. I'm not sure if you can still fix it with it, but it's worth a try. Sometimes it doesn't register properly. If it doesn't fix after that, you might just be fucked for now and just skip those quests for now. They did say they fixed a few of those, but I guess not all of them, it sounds like, in the hotfix. I will say, Scott, actually, Scott, when was the last time you played? Because they did do a hotfix for some of those quests. So if you haven't played in like the last 24 hours, if you haven't played since the hotfix, I would say try again. But if you play today, that's post hotfix. Try a vendor too, yeah. Go to a vendor, see if that fixes it. If not, then unfortunately that quest is probably foobar for now. Yeah, it's that like, I guess that wall doesn't render properly until you get closer. Basically nothing. So that's unfortunately just how like every gun in the game operates for the most part. Just go over to semi-toll or just tap your gun. So like, I'll show, I have enough bullets for this. Like, so essentially how these guns operate, you can see how I'm holding the gun for longer. There's more and more of a spread. It's actually not terrible right now. Certain guns are worse than others, but that wasn't terribly awful. I'm usually used to way, way worse. But like lots of LMGs have this issue too, where the spread of the gun is really bad. And unfortunately, that's just how like the current, that's how the current game works, unfortunately. You just had to like just not go full auto. Deftone, I think that's just a quirk. Like whenever you load in like a different rig, you can try going to your save folder and deleting a lot of those files there. That's not your save game, I think. I wouldn't try that without like backing up shit though. It's something weird. I think someone on Discord said like a solution for it, but it's just weird. They did mention though in their what's it called, their anniversary video, that they're going to be working on weapons. I'm not sure. Okay. I very much hope when they say they're going to be working on weapons, that doesn't mean they're just going to be adding more attachments. That's definitely like the nihilist in me saying that. I genuinely hope that like their idea of like, hey, more weapons or like weapon fixing is adding more weapons and adding more attachments. Come on, give me some concrete powder, game. Did I open you guys already? I don't think so. And considering apparently what a pain in the ass to doing mods for guns are in this game, just don't. Essentially, it reduces your stamina drain, so it takes up a large slot in Ovarius, and it basically means you have more stamina. That's not literally how it works. To my knowledge, what it does is actually reduces the drain of stamina. So like, it essentially means you have more. No, Pepper, no. They should genuinely never like. They should actually probably remove a lot of the attachments, in my opinion. So, do I have it on here? Can you get, hold on me. So, hey, you see how the regular magazine is here and how it switches over to the drum mag? So, the way they've been kind of forced to doing mods in the game is literally every mod, so whenever they add an attachment, right? Every attachment for the gun, to my knowledge, is on the gun right now, just not visible. And that's like the dilemma of doing, what the fuck just knocked me down? Why are you so... Why is this a thing? Why is this a thing? Why is this a thing? Why is knocked out a thing? The world's quietest EXO. Into, I mean, to be fair, people just... I told them that Stagger was a terrible... I told them Knockdown was a terrible idea in its current iteration, and they put it in anyway. It's literally just like a... I guess I could have brought out my grenade launcher and started shooting. I think I'm still fucked there, right? There's no cover? It just shouldn't be in the game in any capacity. If you want to have it to the point where, like, I would rather just have the 20mm one-shot me than have that happen. I would be more okay with getting one shot than that happening. Alright, let's see here. And the problem is, too, is, like, the problem I see is this, right? Okay, bear with me here, right? Imagine if, let's say, for example, we're trying to go to an extract on the other side of that atrium, right? There's no alternative path, right? We have to go through this EXO. How the fuck, like, is the game design basically here saying that you should go somewhere else because EXO is here? We're not gonna provide you an alternate path. Is like, if the EXO here is tough shit, you're out of luck, choose a different extract or go to a different map. Oh, hey, by the way, we know you started at Tunnel A to go to Tunnel D to go to downtown, but unfortunately there's an EXO in the way, so go fuck yourself. Because in a way, that's kind of how it feels. Like they're not, like, that's kind of how that feels to me. I'm not even sure if we were in a spot in Ambience where the grenade launcher saves us there. Like, we would basically not have to get hit again, because there's a chance of us getting knocked out and killed. Like, a grenade launcher would have given us a fighting shot. I'm not saying that's not the case, right? It would have given us an actual chance. But, like, considering where we took that fight, or where we were at it during that fight, it feels like it's such a bad, like, area for us to be in, right? Yeah, there was I know with Stagger, you can get out of it by using a medkit, I think, or if you use an animation item in Stagger, you can get out of the Stagger really quickly. Willie Pepper, I don't mind, like, the way I see it is just do, like, what every other game does. Just do aim punch. Just make the character less accurate when they're getting shot, or make them, like, flinch when they're getting shot. At no point do you have to go to the full, like, 9 yards and remove any agency at all from them. And, like, yeah. Or, like, for example, if we got knocked down there, right, we could maybe stay prone and actually operate while prone. And I'm not saying they need to add, like, full prone functionality into the game, right? But, like, that's one way you can alleviate the issue. Is the way the animation works with the knockdown is that it's an entire 5-second animation that you just have to let play through. You can technically speed it up by spamming your keyboard, like hitting it really hard, basically, from doing button presses. But, like, essentially you have no agency once you get knocked down. It's just like you are now not playing the game for 5 seconds. If they just did it though, where they knocked you down and, like, you're knocked prone, you can't move, but you can shoot or point and click and just try to defend yourself, and you choose when you stand up, that's way better than their current design, right? Because it puts you into a bad spot and says, hey, you have now suffered a setback, but you can now personally choose when you try to resolve that condition, as opposed to the game assuming for you that you want to resolve that condition immediately. And, like, this is an example of a mechanic where it just shouldn't be in the game before it's fully realized and actually add some, like, depth to gameplay. You're not asking the player anything when you knock them down. You're just saying, hey, for 5 seconds, you're not playing the game. And you're not even killing them too. That's the worst part about it also, in my opinion, is that it'd be entirely different if the Exo just instantly killed us. That just means we need to be cautious for Exos, and sure, the Exo one-shotting us might be bullshit too, but you're not, like, removing the agency from the player, right, like that is. You're creating this weird non-deterministic death loop where, like, the player still has to keep playing because there's a chance they don't die, but they're probably dead. It's a stupid system because it's not fully realized. It's another raw thing they've added to the pile before mixing it all up or baking it at all, right? It's just like we just because, like, in a way it makes me scared that, like, I don't know, it's just weird. Fuck off, you. Or, yeah, for example, too, right? Like, disabling the, like, giving some nuance to the Exos, right? Of disabling its gun, or doing something to allow you to bypass it. Or, for example, like, what people have been asking for, too, is, like, add alternate pathways that allow for more stealth with other costs, right? Like, that could be a thing, too, right? Where, like, hey, maybe the parkour paths and tunnels are... I'm always feisty. Sleepy Big, when am I not feisty? What was it fucking saying? Like, you could make the, like, you can add player choice to the tunnels, right? Where say, like, hey, you know, the easier locomotion path. Actually, Blood, I don't technically care. if I cared, I'd be grinding for concrete powder outside the game. I'm not a big fan. Like, it's just like the railgun blood panda. It doesn't really affect me in any way. Like I don't really need to rush to the things that are stretch goals, because they're stretch goals, right? Like, a shooting range is cool and all. It's not locking content for me, or it's not like, it's not a progression mechanic. It's just something cool to add, right? Same thing with the other building too. It's an optional building to have, right? It's not a big deal to me. There's always been streams like that. Sleepy Pig, it waxes and wanes. But like, I mentioned this before though too, right? Tunnels is nice, but when you add like, and it would like tunnels add the necessary friction to the game, but the important part is, I don't care about Flex's craze. The important part is, right, is like every single, like, the friction this element adds is necessary and makes the game cooler, but it exacerbates every other worst thing in the game. But anyway, going back to my previous point about tunnels, right? Like, their level design is very one-dimensional in the sense of they generally provide only one pathway to go through certain areas. Like, they don't add like elevations, they don't add like side paths really all that much, if any. But like, you can add player choice in that capacity, right? Like, you can say like, hey, for the most part, this is how it works. If a player wants to skip and be stealthy, we're going to present them locomotion challenges. We're going to present them with parkour. Like, yeah, you want to be stealthy and move around the map and not fight enemies? You can do that. We're going to provide avenues where you can do that. However, you're going to be presented with other challenges. However, people who don't want to do locomotion all that much, or they don't want to deal with parkour, the risks of parkour, it says like, you might have to deal with enemies now. If you're going to use the standard pathways enemies use, you're going to encounter enemies. And then that asks the player a choice, right? Okay, I will say, like, I like the layout. I am very happy that Babel has added a few alternate pathways, but I would honestly say the verticality of Babel is what I would expect on any regular map. I wouldn't call Babel an overly vertical map, except in comparison to other content in this game. And even then, Scrapyard, I think, like, has similar verticality too. Like, Babel doesn't, like, it looks like it goes hard in verticality, but like the actual level itself, not so much. It kind of goes it kind of goes aim to the whole thing of like, what kind of game is this supposed to be, right? They do Blood Panda, like they do, like, actually, yeah, there's like lots of different elements of this that have good verticality, right? I would say they don't. I would, outside my other critiques, I would say this is getting very, very, very nitpicky. So I wouldn't say this is exactly like fair complaints or critiques. I would say this is going to be very, like, kind of very pinpointed, and like, I can understand why they don't do this. The tile sets, and it's also just doing complex tile sets like this is a pain in the ass. The tiles, a lot of the tile sets they have currently are very flat in the, like, elevation axis, right? Like, they're all very, like, flat and level, and it makes sense for rooms to be level, but I think they could do a lot more in the space of like slight elevation changes here, right? Like, when you're designing natural terrain, right, you want those elevation changes. Natural rooms are different, but like, I feel like they could do a bit more with that. Rooms do feel like the rooms and connections feel overly flat. There's not a lot of tiles that do elevation changes. Yep, thank you for staggering me. Goodbye. All right. You also want to know why I'm hopped up, Pig? I'm having some nice, good old fancy, beautiful cheer wine. And if you've never had cheer wine before, I'm sorry. You poor old Euro folk. It is delicious. So, it's okay if you assume cheer wine's alcoholic. Cheer wine's a soda. Cheer wine is not alcoholic, it's a soda. I mean, I like White Monster too, but like, White Monster doesn't have sugar in it. Or sorry, corn syrup in it. Technical, I'm not the one to ask, because I generally stay away from co-op right now. Because it's very kind of, to my knowledge, buggy. I haven't played in a couple months, so I can't speak volumes about it. But I've avoided it because it can be kind of, it's peer-to-peer, and the problem with peer-to-peer always is like, it's just kind of got some issues. And it's kind of native to how peer-to-peer works, right? It just is what it is. Yeah, I mean, at its simplest, I mean, cheer wine's not novel, it's just really good. The idea of cherry soda. Definitely need you to calm down there, friend. We don't need to go where I'm from. Or going to where I'm from. Listen here. I think this is a dead end, right? I'm like 99% sure this is a dead end. Oh, no, it's not a dead end, it just goes to fucking Babel, I think. Actually, no, sorry, we're in Tunnel C still, so we should be okay. Yeah, this is C. We can just go over here. This is C. I'm pretty sure it's all East Coast. Just like Cookout is. I think there's actually like some Cookouts too in the Midwest now, or not Midwest, but like, I think there's one in Texas, I think. Cookout's like all across the East Coast now. Dude, it fucking boggles me how people still go to big McDonald's. That shit is so expensive now. Look, I am. I stream to Twitch and YouTube at the same time. I know some people have a better experience on Twitch as opposed to YouTube. But like, considering how expensive fucking Mickey D's is now, like, how the fuck does anyone want to go there? It's so expensive and it's not even that good anymore. Blade, there's not a direct way of telling of like if your tunnel variant has changed. You should be able to basically tell though from like after you exit your spawn room. You should know it's kind of different, right? It's not even that too, it's just like it's incredibly expensive for very mediocre products now too, Blood, right? But like Cookout is amazing because you can get like, you can genuinely get, if you really wanted to, like a day's worth of food for like 10 bucks. Between like a combo and a shake, you have like 2,000 calories there, easily. We can go this way. Oh, Bojangles too, oh god. Bojangles. And like, it's not like, I want to mention too, it's not like it's shit quality food. Like it's for the price, it's pretty good. Like it's not like you're getting like a very shitty product. See you, Draken. I think it should, There's so many different ways of doing it, but like, I do think that, I hope the static structure of the layout is more of a placeholder for like, maybe future systems as opposed to what it's always going to be. I mean, Mushi, that's their selling point. I wouldn't necessarily call it the fanciest chicken and biscuits. The main thing though is like, unlike say, for example, like a Kentucky Fried Chicken or something like that, right? Or like a generic fried chicken, they actually make their like fried chicken spicy. Especially for people who like don't do spicy food, it's very spicy. It's got that like kind of Cajun sort of flavoring to it. No shotguns, no. I'm terrified every time I see an AH-12 shotgunner now. But no, yeah, I do hope that right now what we have is kind of a stopgap. So you can shoulder swap, but it doesn't change where your gun's at. You're still holding the gun where you're holding it before. It just lets you see around, like if you want to see around corner better, you can do this to see around the corner, but you're still gonna shoot the wall. I mean, it's silly, but like I can understand. It's better to have what they have in game than nothing. And I can understand why they don't do a full shoulder swap, despite like the game kind of needing one, because it's essentially having to redo all of the animations. And when you have, I don't think all of their characters have different skeletons or rigs, like in regards to their in regards to like the the actual animation suit they would need to, or the animations they would need to do. I don't think they're all bespoke, but I think there's still like 2 or 3 of them, and then like however many guns and handguards. There might be some tools to flip them. It sounds like a lot of fucking work, basically. I don't know exactly how much work it would be, but it sounds like a lot of work. I reported that. We got some good old Z fighting right there, boys. We got some Z fighting going on. Yeah, it's UE5. For those unfamiliar, Z fighting is when 2 pieces of terrain or objects are fighting to show their surface. So they kind of do both. Yeah, Sleepy, but the problem is though too, right, is we've had our shotguns nerfed to the fucking ground. Like, it would feel, I think, a lot more fair, Sleepy, if we still had the same lethality, I feel like, right? And we kind of do, but also not really. Like, there's plenty of guns in this game that feel insanely anemic, especially in contrast to what it feels like we get shot by. We got us some concrete powder, boys. We're gonna get fucking murdered later. We have signed our death warrant by picking up concrete powder. Here we go dying again. But now we know, just don't use railings. Don't hit space. Don't hit the space key at all. At all, basically, is what I know now. Just don't hit space. Space is the devil. Are we in tunnels? I think we're in tunnels 3, right? So we should be able to leave, I think, before going to downtown. I mean, I have a mechanical keyboard. I could actually, like, literally rip off the key bar if I wanted to, and just use the actual, like, the actual mechanical key switch. Mello, there's always there's a big thing, right? This is a life lesson as opposed to a game lesson. If you're gonna do something, just commit to it. Generally speaking, a lot of the stuff that will go wrong is from hesitation, not from you doing the act. And the key thing is just not to hesitate. Just do it. If you overthink your jump, if you just try and like over engineer it, you're gonna get in your head and you're gonna fuck it up. Just do it. It's literally how every driver in the Northeast operates. If you know, you know. All right, stairway. I might actually just extract from stairway and take the W and not go to downtown. I might have enough parts to just make a drone anyway.
Should have chosen another exit.
Mowgli, do you mean, when you say game running for you, do you mean performance-wise? I haven't had issues with performance in, like, ever, so I'm kind of not the one to gauge for that. I've always been CPU bound, and that's never changed, so. Some maps do run better for me, and, like, there's less FPS drops here and there, which is nice, and, like, there's a few areas that had bad FPS drops that have gotten kind of addressed over time, but they still exist in some capacity somewhere, in some places. But overall, performance-wise, they have done a lot of work. They have done more than lots of other companies in UE5 will do. Like, I don't know, like, Mowgli, I'll say, they put out, they work at a breakneck speed, in my opinion, to put out lots of good content, but all of the content they put out is very raw. Oh, I don't even touch, I just do render resolution. I don't even bother with those two. Like, I don't do DLSS. DLSS in this game is mainly broken, and it's not, like, the problem is, too, DLSS is broken in this game not for a fault of Fundog. It's NVIDIA. The bug that you're seeing with DLSS is an NVIDIA bug. Maybe an Unreal Engine bug, too. Like, it's not on Fundog for that bug. That bug with the artifact and that weird night shift shit is not really a Fundog issue. They could probably fix it, but it's them going out of their way to fix something that's wrong with the engine or wrong with the drivers. Because, like, that bug has existed in other games before. I think that bug existed in Stalker too. But no, performance-wise, the game runs well, and, like, they're doing a good job with the content. The problem I will say is, like, on the whole, though, is, like, the content they push out is usually raw and underrealized. Tunnels is a very good system, don't get me wrong, but, like, there's plenty of pain points in Tunnels that get made worse by Tunnels. That doesn't necessarily make Tunnels bad in and of itself, but it makes lots of other things much more of an issue than they were before. Hey, Dragon. Yeah, all bugs, intentional or non-intentional, or anomalies in Stalker. I don't do short content. It's really not something I'm trying to get into. I do not like the concept of shorts. I always wear pants. Hey, Corey.
Whittle them down and we can break out.
Thanks, Sleepy. I was kind of waiting for the response. I don't like shorts because I just do not like. I do not think that type of a media is very useful because it's artificially shortened to fit within a time constraint. And there are so many things that get made worse by artificial time constraints. I'm wrong. People can like say overly verbose shit and make things way longer than they need to be. But oversimplifying a subject matter or a subject to make it fit the shorts reel is very detrimental. Oh god, no, Sleepy. That's also part of it too. I would prefer if you didn't. I do appreciate you asking. I would prefer if you didn't. I really just do not want to engage with shorts at all. That type of content is not really what I'm into. Same thing, like I stream on Twitch, but like I'm not a Twitch streamer. That's not my MO. I'm too old for that shit. I'm going to eventually, Gertis, but I wanted to start out on my regular account just to see how it felt. I think getting like how good it can be and then seeing how bad it will be can provide a good contrast.
That's it for us. Only have to be faster than the
Alright, we should probably just leave. I'm not gonna fuck with HKs. What do you mean by consistent? I kind of haven't been, actually. I've been kind of busy with like my program, so I haven't been doing any like a lot of videos. So define consistent. So I don't think I've been consistent, to be honest. I wouldn't call myself consistent right now. With streaming, yeah. With videos, no. I like the tunnels. I like them in concept. I think there's lots of pain points that tunnels kind of bring up, but I don't think they're unsolvable issues. I don't think like the issues that I have with tunnels are not things that are core issues with the mechanic itself. I generally do white monster prismatic. I do tech worker monster, boomer monster, whatever you want to call it. It's got a few different names. I don't do steakhouses really, Game Shift. The last steakhouse, I can't remember the last time I went to a steakhouse.
Stay alive.
Consistency, Mellow, you just kind of have to, like, it's just something you get a schedule for eventually, right? You kind of have to want to do it, though, like, Mellow. If you, like, you can't, it's not something you can force yourself to do, in my opinion. Like, lots of different things in life, if you force your, like, well, actually, for me, like, I can't, I kind of wear my heart on my sleeve. So, like, if I feel a certain way, you're probably going to get that vibe from me. And I can't hide that. I'm not good at hiding it. So, like, you know, and I feel like that's going to be true for a lot of people, like, on streaming, too. Like, you're going to kind of get their vibes through the monitor, right? So if they don't want to be there, that's gonna kind of, you're gonna feel that. So it's gotta be something that you actually truly want to do. I think like you have to genuinely enjoy it from like not just an intrinsic standpoint of like financial gain or like clout, I guess. And like it's easy for extroverts, right? Like I would not call myself an extrovert. It's easy on the internet. But like for extroverts it's easy, right? Because they feed off of that, right? So if you're an extrovert, doing things like streaming might come natural to you because you're perfectly like that's just how you like to operate, right? You like talking to people and shit like that. But for me as an introvert, right, like I have to have other just desires to do this outside of just like social interaction. I would say, yeah, like that's perfectly fair. It is very hard to keep a conversation going by yourself. It's why if you ever learn to talk out loud to yourself, it can be helpful. And I've always done that. Like just as opposed to mellow, if it's something you actually want to do, just talk out loud to yourself. Just start getting used to that kind of paradigm where like just you think out loud. Oh no, yeah, I'm not here to drama farm. I've avoided a few potential topics like that because I just didn't want to bring anything issues with it. No, you said you fixed that. Wait, hold on here. Is it only ADS? Hold on. Okay, it's only ADS. Okay, so like there's a trick where you can lean. Okay, so it's kind of convoluted, right? So they did fix this, which I'm very happy for, right? So the way it works, right, is if you're leaning now, like you won't, if you're full eight, wait, no, that didn't do it. Have I been lied to? No, actually this, I can't remember what scope this is for. Okay. Weird. So the bug before, right, is like if I'm holding E to lean and like a bag drops beneath me, like I would leave ADS and I would start just like looting. And they've mostly fixed it, I guess, is like the main issue, right, is if I'm not leaning. Interesting. So okay. I would just disable it while you're ADSing fully, to be honest. I wouldn't say brutal honesty, but I'm like, I think that the way I would phrase it, Mowgli, is I am not going to soften the blow, but I'm also not gonna go out of my way to make things intentionally hurtful. I'm gonna call things as what they are, but I'm not going to go out of my way to make them deliberately hurtful. I'm not gonna add extra adjectives to brutal honesty to make them meaner.
I think they spotted us.
So like it does work. The fix they did add did do it, but like I would honestly even just say, I don't know. I feel like you wouldn't like. I feel like in any state where you're fully ADS, you wouldn't be looting in the first place. I feel like it would be pretty safe if you're holding the right mouse button just to not allow looting at all. I don't know. Maybe that's too much. I can't think of a state where I would be ADSing in any capacity and want to loot. Outside of like me having to target a certain bag, but they've fixed that issue forever ago. Yeah, it's one of those things where it probably should just not be Edalu, to be honest. It should be like a Helic F. That is, I feel the same way, Conrad. Yeah, I would like to think, holy shit, I'm actually full. What reality is this? I would like to think, Pixel, that I am much more like the latter than the former. I definitely know what you're talking about. Like, people will say, like, I'm just being brutally honest, and then say some really out of pocket shit. Is this still in here? Oh, that's right. I unbound it right. Where are you? No, it's still S. Oh god. Let's fix this real quickly. You're numpad 9 now. I have 18 fucking medkits, my god. I know Larry. Larry is a controller player, and he's had a lot of issues with controller. I don't think so. I mean, numpad's basically unbinding it. I mean, fuck, even I have a filter. Do you say things privately that you wouldn't say in public? You have a filter. Thanks, Conrad. What do I use to edit my video covers? I do Premiere. Adobe Premiere. For better or for worse, I use Premiere.
Don't miss.
Speaking of, I need to go, like, oh god. I just need to go do like a subscription thing, right, where I just go through all my subs and start fixing them. I'm technically a student again, so like, I am literally a student again. And Adobe always gives big fucking discounts to students to get them on their pipeline. You'd be surprised, Sleepy. I have definitely, it can take a while to learn editing mellow, and I would say like I'm not the best editor. It's also because like that's not usually my MO to like do that level of editing work, I think. Editing is a very slow process. It is just, there's not a lot of things you can do to make editing faster. Like, you need to learn the tool right, and you will get faster as you learn the tool, but there is just a thing where video editing is slow, and there's just no way about it. All right, please don't be an EXO. 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 Like the video editing is just a slow process. Like generally speaking, like a very broad rule of thumb is like for every minute of video, there's going to be at least an hour of editing that video. Or sorry, creating that video, right? And that's not necessarily true. It depends on how complex the editing is going to be. I mean, if I'm already giving them money, Game Shift. Are you? I think you're Babel, right? Or you're Underground Cemetery, I think. But no, yeah, like Premiere is very nice, but like all editing, right? It just does. It also, Adobe takes their fucking pound of flesh. Dude, if you want to know what's fucking tedious, the worst thing, I will never give them money again. Ow. Like, am I out of, oh fuck, I'm out of ammo, shit. The worst thing I will tell you right now is any of the websites that sell stock footage or pictures. They are the worst. Be very careful if you ever do editing and get stock stuff. The deals you are signing up for, they are so fucking predatory. Shutterstock is literally the fucking devil. I mean, Sleepy, the problem is, like, I have used plenty of free stock footage websites, don't get me wrong. Plenty. Like, I will look there all the time, but it gets very sus using non-paid for stock footage or images. Like, it genuinely concerns me, like, whenever I'm doing something that I feel like someone could go do a claim on me for. So I think I've always avoided that. I haven't tried DaVinci Resolve, so I can't speak on it. I've heard it's good software, I just haven't used it. Babel is both really interesting and it has its problems. Babel has a very aggressive drone spawn, and they respawn constantly. And so, like, it is just, like, literally drone hell. It is just drone, 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 drone. I mean, if you're gonna, I mean, like, I have no problems with people, like, yeah, it is what it is. My MO is, like, if I'm going to make money off something that you produce, I am going to probably want to pay you for that service. As long as it's reasonable too, right? I will go to competitors too, like, but, like, I understand where people are coming from your perspective, Blood Panda. Especially when I was younger and poorer, I leaned into that. But I generally, like, if I use a service, I generally want to pay for it. And if they're too expensive, I just will use a different service or just not do that service. Like, I'll just, yeah. But I generally want to, like, you know, it feels right in my opinion, just to pay someone for a service they're providing. I am carrying way too much shit, I think. It's all these goddamn med kits. I don't fault anyone for doing it, but it just makes me feel all good inside. Wait, what do you mean, Mello? Are you saying if I pay for Adobe Premiere as opposed to pirate it, I get more? I get performance? I don't think that's equivalent. Like, I don't think that has to do anything with it. If I'm understanding you correctly. I mean, you get access to more regular updates, right? Like, when you generally pirate software, you're getting a version of it and it doesn't update at all. Yeah, no, like, that's the definitely, like, I understand how useful AI is, but that is the terrible area of AI, right? Is the amount of software, or sorry, the amount of data they scraped without any attribution. Like, remember, if you do shit like that in college, you get expelled, and you do it in capitalism, you get big checks. Generally speaking, Mello, yeah, like, the way it works to my knowledge is that the host is doing everything in the game for even the clients. So, like, if you have 3 other players with you and they're all across the map, your game is having to do, or you're having to do more. Your computer is. So yeah, you would get worse performance. The downside of being a host in peer-to-peer. Oh, Dragon, 100% for right now. Like, no, the tunnels are very overtuned. They give you so much loot. And it's like, a lot of the loot's like unguarded too. If you join someone else, you have other issues. They might not be performance issues. They could be performance issues too. Just from like more enemies and more different areas, right? Because you're having to render that on screen also. You're not doing the computations, but you're doing the rendering. The other problem though, Mello, is when you're not the host for peer-to-peer, it means anything you do has to be interpreted by the peer-to-peer host, right? So like your commands, this is not always like, this is very, very generalized, right? But like essentially what you do has to be interpreted by the host. Which means high latency means weird things happen. So for example, a very fun thing that happened, right, with non-host players is they would go through collision walls when they get knocked down before the host would realize that they're hitting a collision wall. Something along those words. Essentially, you would have players getting sent into the void because they weren't being properly blocked by collision walls. John, yes and no. It's one of the scopes on the right. I can't remember. There's so many fucking different scopes in the game. I can't recall which one is which. It's if I get out and remember, I'll tell you. But like, it's a scope. It's not the. I can tell you, it's not the ACOG and it's not the 4 times. That's about it. I would call Stairway a surface tunnels map, but not not procedural in any way. It is the surface tunnels. Yeah, I like systems like that, Conrad, where it's not necessarily like exactly co-op, but it's like got online functionality, like very Dark Souls sort of esque in regards to like leaving like the blood prints on the ground and stuff like that, or having like group efforts happen too, where like it's group construction, but like you don't ever see each other, you see the project. I was already here. Huh. Guess we need to go back down. I mean, that's always gonna be the plus too of like procedural, right? Though, like, I hope that like maybe one thing, I hope they realize that I would say that the actual reception to tunnels is good. It just highlights other issues with the game. I hope they don't misinterpret the issues that people are raising, like tunnels is bad. I think tunnels is very good, it just has other issues that can be fixed. Because like, I'm hoping what they realize from tunnels is that people are very much okay with dead space as long as it's not used overly much. Like, it's nice to be able to pace yourself by having access to dead space here and there, where it's like space not with like there's not enemies at, right? Or has different challenges. Yeah, I've been low on Verticality for a while now. I still got plenty of fun bullets left though. Toll, it depends. It depends, I think, on what they're planning, if they have any plans. I would say, Toll, without any other considerations, if they were planning to leave tunnels as is and do nothing else, I would agree. But I think there is a lot of design space, especially progression design space, for making the tunnels cheaper over time with upgrades and other things. Yeah, and like the nice thing too about Line Knight also, I would think, is that as you learn the tile sets, you can kind of learn like how things work and get an ideas of maybe what pathways are right. And also just like, you won't get tripped up by like the weird pathway that you have to mantle to, right? That's not going to like trick you or like not be known to you now. That was the big, I think, issue with Tunnels 1, is that I think a lot of people got Tunnels 1 right off the rip and they couldn't find the pathway to Scorched. Or was it a Mesa? It was one of those two. Correct, Moogly. That's why I'm very careful with like, that's why I've gotten to the trouble, right, of like making sure I pay for shit. So I can always be like, hey, you know, yeah, like, you know, I have the receipts that I paid for this. Your claim is false. But like Shutterstock and all of them, they genuinely do too take their fucking pound of flesh. Well, sorry, what I mean by tunnels, when I mean tunnels A. Sorry, I just say A is 1 and 1 is A, like, yeah, A is 1 is A, all that good shit. There was a generation of the first tunnels for tunnels A that had the Scorched Enclave pathway behind one of the more hidden ways out of a room. Sorry, we need to go, I think, over here, actually. I'm remembering things now. And so because it was like people were getting frustrated that they couldn't find the way to a certain map they wanted to go. I mean, it was a certain room. No, I am talking about a certain room. But like it was a certain room that has kind of a more hidden pathway out of it. That people were trying to find but unaware of, right? Yeah, the problem is, like, there's always, like, the slap lawsuits, especially in America, right, Muggly, where, like, the lawsuit exists just to drive you into bankruptcy, not necessarily prove that they were right. Like, oh no, I appealed this claim, but my channel got DMCA striked for, like, fucking 3 months. And imagine if that was your livelihood, too. Like, maybe if, like, imagine if you were a YouTube content creator, and you got striked 3 times, even if like the 3rd strike or most of the strikes were like, you know, litigious strikes, you're still kind of fucked, right? Like if that was your income for 3 months and now it's just got fucking Thanos snapped, that's enough to send you into financial like dire straits. Yeah, but there's always been like there's always like every like couple months or maybe a year or two, there's always that like video trend of like people abusing the DMC takedowns on YouTube. Lion, I would agree, or that, or they need to add ways of like getting to later maps easier. It all depends on what their plans are, right?
Don't have a good feeling.
Okay, so what we need to do when we want to jump on this, right? Okay, so like, if I jump right now, this kills me from mantling. If I jump like this, we're okay. That's something we have to be careful about. If we want to jump on railings, we need to jump to the left. I'm curious, Lionel, because it seems like I'm kind of getting the sense if you fast travel to Tunnels 4, if you loot Tunnels 4, it definitely feels like you get enough stuff to make a few more fast travel drones. David, the main thing is tunnels. Where's the psycho? They're usually here. You're not the psycho. I personally don't think so, but I am much more okay with longer game loops. I have to give context here. I am the type of person who is okay, like, salvaging a ship in Star Citizen for like 3 to 4 hours and like putting our CMC crates or construction material crates in the hold of a reclaimer. Like, I am okay with slow loops like that. That's perfectly fine with me. I actually enjoy that shit. I think as long as they tie it to progression eventually, it will be okay.
Everyone for themselves.
I agree, Moogly. I think it made it more immersive, and it made it much more of a game. There we go. God damn. HKs immediately? That's just, don't be a dog, please. I do think, yeah, I agree. Like, the longer loops also adds to the gear fear also, where like, hey, the problem was before is like, why would you ever be afraid when the buy-in to maps is like 5 minutes? Like, oh no, I died in a raid, I lost 5 minutes of progress, right?
Everyone for themselves.
So like now, like having these longer game loops are very, very nice now because they actually add in some gear fear again. Uh-oh.
You got some sort of plan?
The respawns here are way too aggressive.
I think they spotted us. That's it for us.
Alright, I need to get in and then get out. Not really. So, my friends, not really at all. Like, sure, like the whole thing of logistics is neat, but like, no, I'm not a train collector. I don't really like minis, to be honest, either. I'm gonna not take a risk here and just leave. The respawns here are fucking too quick, especially without an actual rifle. Yeah, the only problem is I just need to get past the threshold to actually get credit for it. The people up there are the issue, right? I just can't kill them. Give me credit, give me credit, give me credit. There we go, got credit, we're good.
Enemy contact. Not sure where.
Alright, now we can skedaddle. What grave? My grave's gone, game shit. Remember, like, it, like, the way Tombstones work, if you're referring to Tombstones, the second you load into a different map, it's gone.
Hey, this gear is down.
50 cal?
I need time to sort.
Yeah, no, Mao, if the checkpoints reset you daily, yeah, that's kind of rough. I mean, like, they need to add ways so that you can save progress on your way to downtown. Now, if you get used to, like, how the layouts of tunnels, you can get to downtown in, like, 25-ish minutes, 20 to 25-ish minutes. That's still a lot of buy-in, though, right? Like, and that's assuming that you're not doing any looting on the tunnels at all, right? Like, if you have to get to downtown, going through all of the maps quickly, you get there in 2025, but yeah, that's a lot. There needs to be, like, in-between areas that you can save progress at and come back to in, like, a day or a week or, like, whenever you want to, right? Alright, I think I'm gonna leave. I could do sewer plans, but it's just not worth going to that area with no ammo. Dragon, yeah, I think that can be fixed with loot pools a bit, but like it needs to. I feel like I've stressed this enough to them too. I've mentioned this before. I have mentioned this before to them that like if you make changes too subtle, no one's going to realize you made those changes. And if you make the loot density or the items you can acquire on maps so subtle, no one's going to notice the actual better odds of getting something. 5% is not big enough for you to notice. It has to be an entirely different loophole that's bespoke to that map, or so incredibly increased. Like the contrast between a regular Tarkov map and say like fucking labs is insane. Like all of the enemies are juiced all of the items that spawn there are very good items, considering like there's like no junk loot in labs. They kind of alluded to that they did Lionide, but it's one of those things where if it's too subtle, no one's gonna notice it. Oh my god, we did it, we lived.
Waking up in a year.
What do we bring home? I'll figure it out later. We can go check how much construction material we got from just checking the actual recipe. I think we got one. I think we were at one, right? So now we have two. We got more foam too, I think also. We're getting there. The big check here is see how many drones we can actually craft. This is the big check. So I can at least make one. I can make two. And I had a few of these components before, but like this is the big thing, right? Is like, if I can do tunnels D and downtown and keep getting enough drone parts to keep making them, like that will pay for itself, right, eventually. Or like, rather like, it's sustainable is actually the right word for it, right? Is if I get drone parts off the same loot pool as a cement mixer and cement stuff, right? Or concrete stuff, like it pays for itself. So like from doing one full run of like tunnel A to tunnel D in downtown, I got enough parts to make like 2 fast travel drones. And I might have had stuff before, like 1 to 2 fast travel drones, right? And so if I start at tunnel D and loot everything there and then go back to downtown, I'm curious if I can keep that up, right? Can I always just keep paying for that 1 fast travel drone? So it's sustainable, right? Like you have to get that, like if you lose your drones, you need to go find and grind them again. But like if you can keep it up, right, and keep getting fast travel drones, it seems okay. I would think so, yeah. All right. That's it for today, everyone. Thanks for watching. I will see you guys again probably tomorrow. Most likely tomorrow, if not Saturday. Hope you guys enjoy the patch. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below eventually of this video when it gets posted to YouTube. And I will see you guys later. Bye all.